I love this. Everybody's so excited to be here. Good morning. I'm excited to see all of you this morning. The October 27th Board of Directors meeting is called to order. First, I'd like to ask our interpreters to explain how to access interpretation. So please go ahead.
Good morning. To use the interpretation feature, please scroll to the bottom of the Zoom screen where the meeting controls are. Click on the interpretation icon, the world, and select English as your language. If you're joining through the Zoom mobile app, cell phone, tablet, etc., please press the ellipsis, then interpretation, and then choose your language. Finally, click on mute original audio to not hear the original Spanish low in the background. Headsets are available for interpretation. If you are in the meeting room, please check out a headset from the receptionist in the lobby. Buenos días. Para hacer uso del servicio de interpretación, por favor, desplazarse a la parte inferior de la pantalla de Zoom, donde aparecen los controles. Haga clic en el icono de interpretación del globo terráqueo y seleccione español. Si está utilizando la aplicación móvil de Zoom, un celular, de una tableta, etc., presione los puntos suspensivos, luego interpretación y luego el idioma. Si desea escuchar el audio original en inglés, en el fondo, por favor, seleccione silenciar audio original. Contamos con auriculares disponibles para el servicio de interpretación. Si se encuentra en la sala de la reunión, por favor pedir auriculares con la recepcionista en el vestíbulo. Gracias. Thank you.
Yeah. There you go. Thank you. All right. We're going to go ahead and start our meeting with our tribal acknowledgement. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge that we call home. The tribal nations of the San Diego region have historically faced injustices. We acknowledge the harmony that existed between the land, nature, and its original peoples who have since endured displacement, persecution, and systemic oppression. We pay our respect to unceded territory and homelands of the 18 tribal nations in our region, the most in any county in the United States, from our cultural groups, the Kumeyaay, the Guiño, the Luiseño, the Cupeño, and the Cahuilla. This land has nourished, healed, protected, and embraced them for the many generations in a relationship of balance and harmony. As members of the SANDAG community, we acknowledge this legacy. We aspire to learn from Indigenous traditional knowledge and experiences in undoing the injustices of the past. Now, please join me with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the United States and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, Ms. Tessa, can you please call the roll?
Good morning. For the city of Carlsbad, Councilmember Burkholder.
Carlsbad present.
City of Chula Vista, Councilmember Cardenas.
Present.
City of Coronado, Councilmember Duncan.
Present.
County of San Diego, Chairwoman Vargas.
Vargas present.
The second seat for the county is absent. City of Del Mar, Councilmember Gasterlin.
Present.
City of El Cajon, Mayor Wells.
Here.
City of Encinitas, Mayor Kranz.
Here.
City of Escondido, Mayor White.
Present.
City of Imperial Beach, Councilmember Fisher.
Here.
City of La Mesa, Councilmember Shu.
Here.
City of Lemon Grove, Mayor Vasquez.
Here.
City of National City, Vice Mayor Molina.
Present.
City of Oceanside, Deputy Mayor Keim. City of Poway, Mayor Voss. The second seat for the City of San Diego is absent. City of San Diego, Vice Chair Elo Rivera.
Present.
City of San Marcos, Mayor Jones. City of Santee, Mayor Minto.
Here.
City of Solana Beach, Second Vice Chair Hebner.
Here.
City of Vista, Councilmember Melendez.
Here.
Caltrans, Director Delarda. MTS is absent. NCTD, Councilmember Edson.
Present.
Imperial County is absent. USDOD, Director Shepherd.
Present.
Port of San Diego is absent. San Diego County Water Authority, Director Katz.
Here.
San Diego County Regional Airport Authority, Director Sly.
Here.
Mexico is absent, and the chairman, Southern California Tribal Chairman's Association is absent. That confirms a quorum and concludes the roll call.
Wonderful. Now we're going to proceed to item number 1. Just a reminder, everyone in the room today, that this meeting will be conducted in an orderly manner to ensure that the public has an opportunity to be heard and that the members of discussion have an opportunity to have discussion and deliberation are not disrupted. We want to hear from every person who has comments on the subjects of today's meetings, but I'm going to insist that comments remain on topic. No comment shall use loud, threatening, profane, or abusive language that disrupts the orderly conduct of the meetings, as it will not be tolerated. Any such language or any other disorderly conduct that disturbs or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the board meeting is prohibited. With that, we're going to be beginning our meeting with non-agenda public comments. This is for the public and member non-agenda comments. Per our board policy, the amount of time allowed for each verbal public comment is determined based on the number of agenda items and the complexity of those items and the number of persons anticipated to offer comment. This allows us to hear from as many members of the public as possible and to complete our business while we still have quorum. Based on those factors, for today's meeting, each member of the public will be allowed 1 minute for their comments. So we're going to go ahead and go with non-agenda public comments. Ms. Tessa.
Thank you. I have 5 in-person public comments, and I would just like to note that we only take the first 5 public commenters at the beginning of the agenda for non-agenda comments. The following 7 other speakers will be taken at the end of the meeting: Manny Rodriguez, Steve Quirk, Dan Quirk, Alex Wong, Paul DeBold, phone number 813, and the original draw. Our first public speaker on non-agenda, Corey Schumacher, please come to the podium.
Good morning, board members. My name is Corey Schumacher. I am the political director of IBEW 569, but today I'm actually here as a resident and as a voter of North County. Today, I want to uplift the board members and staff who are doing the people's work on this board. Staff works hard to break down complex public finance and public works projects so people like me can understand how our money is being spent and how it benefits the public. We rely on SANDAG board members to make decisions on our behalf, to do the people's work on this board. One individual in particular, Vista City Council member Katie Melendez, has been doing good work for us up in North County. Very pleased to see that she's on the subcommittee to choose the interim executive director moving forward, precisely because Vista has some of the deepest pockets of poverty in San Diego County, and her voice is going to be very important for social equity moving forward. Thank you for your work, council member. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Sarah Ochoa, will be followed by Mark.
Good morning, Chair Vargas and board. My name is Sarah Ochoa, speaking on my own behalf. Many of you may not know I grew up in the state of Maine until the age of 18. And right now, my community is facing something unprecedented in Maine, the aftermath of a violent shooting. The hateful rhetoric in our public spaces and our public discourse has real life implications. And I know that some of you members of this board back at your city councils and here in these chambers have been subject to ad hominem attacks that are outside of policy and are attacking you just for who you are or the space you hold in trying to serve the public. Vista Councilwoman Katie Melendez, I see you. My Chula Vista Councilwoman Andrea Cardenas, Chair Vargas, especially I know the 3 of you have come under personal attack, and thank you so much for holding firm and representing our communities, even when people don't want to see you doing that work. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public commenter, Mark, will be followed by Mary Davis.
Mark, some of you were surprised last meeting. Here's some context. Perhaps 100 times I've seen Nora interrupt speakers, intentionally giving a long description citing Brown Act we all know, until the speaker has little or no time left, when she could just say off topic first warning. And let me continue on the 3 items with my 45 seconds left. None of you seem disturbed that we only get 1 minute to speak on a myriad of consent items, 1 minute that Nora is intentionally prohibiting. And the Rand Corporation Delphi technique is not just for us. Nora uses it on you board members, citing best practices as her well-paid, indoctrinated consultants position the next tyrant to take Hassan's place, installing UN Agenda 21 against both the people and board members' will, with weighted votes and corrupt protocol that most of you put up with for your salary. I don't hate you, Nora, and you could stop Agenda 2030 and help the people. Now back to your Agenda 21 multiple choice workshops.
Mary Davis is our next commenter and will be followed by the final commenter at this time, Truth.
Good morning, Board. Mary Davis here to speak about the sewage crisis in Mexico. And I am asking you to, I sent a letter to the clerk, and I'm hoping that it makes it to you, to a comparison map of what it used to look like pre-December 2019, where the sewage was actually intended to stay below Mexico and be pumped 6 miles south of our coast. I'm asking you to revert back to that. And one of the recommendations also from the Good Neighbors 22 Environmental Board letter was to, quote, work with Mexico to develop institutionalized proactive cooperation to address transborder water flows. This comes down to a matter of political will. You had a missed opportunity when you did the revenue sharing agreement. I'm asking that you revise that agreement and you start withholding toll sharing revenue for each day that pollution crosses our border. Also, please stop canceling the border meetings, and put this on the agenda each and every time for a dashboard update about the progress. The public deserves transparency to see how our dollars
Thank
are
you.
used.
Your time
Thank you.
expired. Our final non-agenda public speaker, Truth.
This is Truth here with more ground truth data than SANDAG. Nora, your birthday cake was actually good. I had 2 slices. But censorship, just because certain women over here were acting like the phrase shut up is the worst thing they've ever heard. Please, how about grow up? Well, Nora's gotten much worse and so have I. And Terry, you've gone from vehicle hours traveled to now vehicle minutes traveled. You're either trying to whittle us down to nothing, or you're not even thinking that SANDAG's actually going to fix congestion. Nope. Now you need to listen to Lou's idea of bridging the bluffs for the coaster idea because it was ingenious, and I urge SANDAG to work on it. And Lou's, FYI, many people who speak at meetings do volunteer in their communities, and people like me would have more time if the average apathetic American was actually involved. I could stay home and sleep. Lastly, I agree with Rebecca's truly innovative idea about SANDAG not requiring a CEO. It'd save money and stop drama, because having a subcommittee of Tony, Katie, Sean, Nora, Jack Fisher, and John Minto decide new CEO options is such an obvious political bias. And that's why SANDAG is the epitome of the word distrust. Check out this sign. I know how to alter Alan's sign. Look at that. It's much better.
Thank you. Your time expired. That concludes the non-agenda public comments at this time.
All right, Mayor Jones.
Thank you, Chair. Well, this morning I have to talk about collusion and corruption. We have a high-level SANDAG staff member that has called board members this week, stating that if item number 12 is not passed in its entirety as is, that there are going to be probably some items taken out of the region that would be that have been promised to the voters of San Diego County. So that would be Transnet projects. And this is highly inappropriate. It's not acceptable. And we really have to think about what's happening here. All of us are representing our cities, but we're also representing the county residents here when we are at this board, when we're sitting in these seats. And to have this whole strong army sort of discussion behind the scenes of collusion and corruption, and a SANDAG staff member actually doing this, I find it highly inappropriate. I'm so upset by it. I can't believe that this is where our organization has gone. I mean, it's gone so downhill from, when I first was on the board as an alternate back in 2008, 2009, I just can't believe that this is where we're at. The other thing that I would like to talk about is, again, board member discussions and requests. And I have requested it twice that we get all of the information from the agenda item that talks about the board travel and then also the staff travel. I have not been provided that, so I sent a letter yesterday, which is my public records request, because this is what we have to do now, I guess, as board members to actually get information. It's my third request because I did ask the last two meetings to get this information. It has not happened. I sent that to you, board chair, vice chair, and second vice chair yesterday. I hope you all received that. I did also CC staff so that it could not be ignored, and our attorney that is supposed to be representing each one of us as board members here. And so hopefully I will get that information, but what is happening right now is unacceptable. And each one of us, whether you agree with me personally or not, these are very dangerous things that are happening at our board level. We cannot allow our staff members to bully other board members. It just can't happen. Staff members need to know where their actual job is, and that is that they work for each one of us. It's not their job to try to tell us what's going to happen and ignore our requests. So I just politely ask you all to think about this, whether it's you in the seat where you're being ignored or not. It really matters, and we need to make sure that we are paying attention to this. Thank you.
So colleagues, there's been some really big allegations that have been made. I, as the chair of the board, have asked our executive team to call each one of you to really thoroughly review one of the budget items. Actually, I asked them to review any of the items that are before you today. And I very specifically asked them to review the budget items because it's a complex item that we're going to be reviewing today, and items that are going to have a great impact on the region as a whole. And sometimes what happens is we come here and we have these meetings and there's a lot of going back and forth. And sometimes the information that staff responds to members is not enough. And so I wanted to make sure that all of you had enough time. And so I sat down with the team and made sure that everybody had 2 staff members that had a conversation with each one of you. And then there was follow-up to see if there's anybody else had any questions. So I'm going to ask you point blank, were any of you asked to do anything illegal, or were any of you bullied or told? Because if you were, you need to tell me right now in public, because that person will, we will hold them accountable. So in public right now, I want you to tell me if there was anyone who told you that if you didn't vote a certain way, you were not, there was something going to be happening here. I need you to tell me that right now.
Chair, could I please respond to that?
Did somebody do something illegal? Can you tell me that right now?
I don't think this is illegal.
Yes, it is, because you just made.
I didn't say illegal, I said unethical.
You said there was corruption on the executive committee.
I'm sorry, Chair.
Yes,
this is highly inappropriate.
Can you please read what the comment was?
I didn't say illegal.
You
I
said
did never.
corruption. Corruption and illegal is the same thing. Can you?
I don't think it is. I'm sorry,
She
Chair.
stated corruption and
I'm the
coercion.
chair. I am going to read. Can you please read what she said?
Well, I
Chairwoman,
think this
hey,
is unbelievable.
I am running this committee. Go
Are you
ahead and
going to
read
try
what
to
she
kick
said.
me out of the meeting,
No,
Chair?
ma'am. You get to stay the whole time. Please read.
Wow.
Can you please read what she just said?
Her comment started with staff corruption and coercion.
Coercion.
Was
yeah.
anybody coerced, or do you feel that there was some sort of corruption? Please state that for the record right now.
I don't think they will.
I need you to state that for the record right
Chair.
now. Yes, ma'am.
Chair, I've requested to be added to queue.
I'd like to say something. We are here to get the business done of SANDAG, and we are way off topic. For clarification, I received a phone call, and in that phone call, staff took time out to inform me about the agenda items, but also to find out if I had questions to provide clarity. During that phone call, staff did not ask me one time to vote a certain way or to reveal how I was going to vote on any particular agenda item. So, as responsible elected officials, we all know that there's something called a briefing, and that is exactly what happened. We take time out of our business, our busy days to come here to this board as one body to make decisions on the future of transportation throughout San Diego. That is our commitment, and we need to stick to that commitment. In this moment, I am very disappointed that we are having this conversation right now when in fact, we should be talking about the agenda items and having discussions on the items that are important to this board, this organization, these people that are here and the future of transportation throughout this city. So I deplore you, each and every one of you, to be focused and to allow us to move forward with the agenda items in a very meaningful and a very respectful way. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to echo some of what Rebecca said and some of what the mayor of Lemon Grove said. I received a briefing yesterday, and it was incredibly helpful to me. I had gone through the entire budget, item by item. I checked the math. I found math errors, and I sent them to our staff for correction. Hopefully they've been corrected. And I was tutored in looking at attachment 4 and how to look at attachment 4. I understood for the first time STIP, S-T-I-P, if I'm getting it right, and learned that the STIP is a future amount that we're going to be, SANDAG is going to be applying for. And what I was told, so this is to echo the mayor of San Marcos, what I was told is if this budget isn't passed today, as is, that it will be nearly impossible to get the proposal into STIP on time for the STIP to be funded.
Okay, well, we can
So
have that
whether that's
discussion, but-
coercion or not, that was said.
Okay, but
And I think there's, if
council
there-
member, give me 1 second.
Okay.
So my question was corruption or coercion? We can have that discussion during the board item.
Well,
Corruption
I'm
or
not going to judge whether there was
Okay.
corruption or coercion.
Okay,
What I'm
so-
saying is what happened.
Okay, that's good. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Mayor. That's information clear. No corruption, no coercion. Thank you.
We're being told that we should get on with people's business because the allegations that Rebecca Jones brought up are not relevant and not supported.
That's not what I'm saying, sir. I'm asking you, was there any corruption or coercion in your discussions? That's all.
So what I'm saying is, and I've been at SANDAG now for over 10 years, and I've never seen a board this dysfunctional. And I do believe that there is obfuscation and there is hiding of facts. There's manipulation of board members and a willful unwillingness to provide total transparency and information. And that is a problem. Now, some people might call that corruption. Some people might call that something else, but it's not functional. And it's not serving the people of the city and county of San Diego and all the surrounding cities well. And there's something rotten here.
Okay,
And we
but
need-
no corruption,
And
no coercion?
we need to fix that.
No corruption, no coercion.
So I think the board has to do something, and board members, rather than bully people.
Nobody's bullying, sir. I'm
listen
asking
to
a
what they're
question.
saying. There is massive dissatisfaction with the way business is being conducted at SANDAG, and there should be something done. So
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. You know, it seems like I wasn't the only one who received, I have a 5 email chain of of trying to set up a meeting to get, some information. And it was specific to item 12. And, I guess I'm fairly new to politics. I guess if somebody's going to try some corruption or something illegal, they probably wouldn't spend this much time setting up a meeting. SANDAG staff all have my personal phone number. They can call me. So to your point, no, I wasn't coerced in any way here.
Thank you. Go ahead, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Just one thing that I think, at least I think is important for us as a board to recognize is that staff does not work for the individual members of this board. That leads to abuses of power that are unacceptable. The CEO works for the board as a body, not any one of us individually, and the rest of the staff works for the CEO. That's laid out very clearly. And so folks who are either inferring or acting differently are at risk of abusing their power and really putting the staff members in a dangerous place in terms of unfair pressure on them to do their jobs in a way that they're supposed to be protected from. And so I will say that I have some concerns about what I've just heard in terms of what the expectations are from individual board members for staff. And there may need to be some opportunities to remind the board about what the actual structure here is. I have huge concerns about what it could mean for each of the individual board members here to think that each and every staff member here at SANDAG works for each and every one of us. That is not a healthy recipe for a healthy organization and is ripe for abuse of power.
Yeah, and so what we'll do is at one of the next board meetings, we'll come back and have the executive team and the board share the role of the executive team and the board and how they respond. One of the commitments that I have is to make sure that people that there's transparency. The board and the team did respond to staff and they're trying to do it in an accurate manner. There's a lot of questions, and so we are doing it. PRAs are also responded to. There's absolutely nothing that is being hidden from anyone. Happy to respond to anyone, anything that everyone needs. If people need more, we'll get it for everyone. One of the things that that I implemented in my tenure as the chair is to make sure that when one board member asks for something, everyone gets a copy. So if you haven't seen any of the requests that people have made, you all have received every request that any board member makes. Everybody is getting a copy because I want to make sure that everybody gets the information. So with that, we're going to next go to the next item, which is Hassan's report. So I'm going to turn it over to Hassan.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Good morning to all of you. Glad to be with you this morning. I want to start my report by sharing with you that our Chairwoman, Nora Vargas, proud member of the cross-border community, was inducted into Tijuana's Hall of Fame last night. Congratulations, Chairwoman. Well deserved. On your behalf, with two of my staff members and one council member, Kelly Menendez, we attended the UCLA Lake Arrowhead conference to talk about transportation. Conference was 2.5 days of discussion on transportation, future of transportation, governance of MPOs, etc. I thought the discussion and the research was well-founded. The agency is out there as an example of innovation and creativity. And with that, I'm going to ask Councilmember Menendez if she wants to add anything. She was there at the meeting.
Thank you. I did have a chance to visit the UCLA Arrowhead Conference Center with some other members of SANDAG and attend the transportation symposium a couple of weeks ago. And in terms of each of us as board members having a responsibility to pursue as much information as we can, I felt like this was a great opportunity for me to do just that. It was a little bit of a different setting. I felt like I was one of the few elected officials there. Really just surrounded by a bunch of academics, and academics have their blind spots too. So there were some really great conversations about community organizing, about how to put data into action, and ultimately what leadership needs to do in order to address our issues related to transportation, equity, and climate change. So I was really grateful to participate in all the sessions. They were very, very thorough, and they had us focused all day, every day during the conference. So I was very grateful for the opportunity to learn more and to also get to know more of our professional staff on a, personal level of, how'd you get involved in this work, and, what's your education background, and getting to know some of the interesting pieces of personal information, right, that motivates people to work in this space. So I was very grateful for that. And if there is ever an opportunity to attend another conference and learn more, I would love to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank the people, everyone who participated in the Lausanne realignment work. Early next month, we will host 2 more workshops to make sure that this amazing project move forward. We continue to work with our federal and state partners to talk about Lausanne corridor and the whole 351 miles. Work on the Blue Line Express is continuing. We're looking at a transit-oriented development opportunity near the Palomar San Cedro Transit Station. We continue to make progress on the Purple Line feasibility study to add a 21-mile of high-speed transit service to the region. The team continues to brief on the airport connection. You will be hearing more about that in the few months. And we concluded the first round of the 2025 Regional Transportation Plan. And again, want to thank everyone for participating. Our staff continue to be recognized all around. Yesterday, and this week at the WTS 2023 WTS Awards, our Port Logan segment of the Bayshore Bikeway received the Alternative Mode of and Active Transportation Award. The I-805 State Route 94 Bus on Shoulder project received the Technology for Transportation Award. Congratulations to our team. I also be traveling this weekend to San Francisco to attend Focus in the Future and the transportation issues facing our region. I want you to know that everywhere I travel, I feel much more prouder of this team here, who does an amazing work. This is the best collection of staff I ever worked with in my 35-year career. And I hope you will continue to thank them for what they do. They're doing their jobs, and I appreciate them. Chairwoman, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Hassan. So a couple of things. I'd like to take a moment to recognize the outgoing members of the Audit Committee, Stuart Halperin and Bob Monson, as well as our outgoing Independent Performance Auditor, Mary. Mary couldn't be here in person. I know she's here online. And so Stuart and Bob have served as the public members of the Audit Committee since its inception. And so they were both instrumental in the initial formation of the Audit Committee and hiring of SANDAG's Independent Performance Auditor. Stuart and Bob participated in several subcommittees, including establishing the Office of Independent Performance Auditor peer review process, as well as establishing the performance review process, performance measures, and compensation analysis of the Independent Performance Auditor. Stuart also served on the Independent Taxpayer Oversight Committee for a total of 10 years. And as a retired Chief Audit Officer for the Port of San Diego, Bob volunteered his time and skills to conduct a peer review on each audit completed by the Office of the Independent Auditor. Thank you both for your service, your efforts, and they've been really pivotal in ensuring the sound financial health of this organization. Your commitment has set a commendable standard. And then lastly, I want to recognize Mary. Mary is online, and so she was our first independent performance auditor. Can you help me in giving her a big round of applause?
Thank you.
I hope that's where you're going to be retiring to. That looks really pretty. I want to be there with you. She began her service in April 2019, and she was charged with setting up the Office of Independent Performance Auditor, including hiring and training staff, establishing policies and procedures around auditing standards, the auditing cycle process, and auditing reporting. She and her team established board policies on internal controls and fraud, waste, and abuse reporting, establishing and maintaining an audit hotline, performed SANDAG's first organization-wide risk assessment, and completed 6 audits during her term of service. And so we thank you, Mary. The community of San Diego thanks you for your tireless work and safeguarding financial integrity. It's been invaluable and your legacy will endure here. So I don't know if you want to say a couple of words as you depart SANDAG.
Thank you, Chair. Thank all of you. I just, some of you I've worked with the entire 5 years, and some of you are amazing. All of you are amazing for, of course, elected officials who the public relies on to get stuff done. And I hope that stuff can get done. I hope that the agency continues to be transparent and accountable, and that controls get stronger. And I know that working with the executive team I've worked with, Ray has been amazing in making sure that happens. He's awesome. Hassan has been supportive, and I know he's a short-termer as well. But I appreciate everyone, and just thank you all very much. I really appreciate you.
Well, we're grateful for you. I know we have what, like 1 more week left or something?
1 day.
1 day. Oh. Oh, Jesus. Okay. I don't know. My brain is somewhere else. But anyway, so I know Stuart couldn't be here today, like I mentioned, but we do have Bob in attendance. So I'm going to have Bob join me so I can give him a plaque and we can take a really quick picture.
Thank you too, Bob. You're going to be missed.
Okay. It doesn't say anything. I don't take it.
To say, most people that know me know I'm a man of very few words. I don't talk a lot, so this is going to be extremely short. Just say thank you. Thank you for the kind words. It was an honor for me to serve on SANDAG's audit committee these past few years, from its inception all the way through to now. It was a real pleasure to me to work with Mary, her staff, as well as all of the prior current board members that are on the committee, and current public members, as well as prior ones. It was real enjoyable to me. Special thanks goes out to CEO Hassan and to Ray Majors for providing the support from executive management. Having been an audit professional myself for a number of years, without that support from executive management, our audit work can't be done and controls can't be improved. So thank you, Hassan and Ray Majors and your staff. Special thanks goes to our current chair of the audit committee, David Zito. In the last couple of years, I really appreciated his leadership and it's his continuing improvement of the committee so that we are able to meet our mission as a committee to provide advice to this board, to oversee the work of the independent performance auditor, as well as to protect the independence of the audit committee and the performance auditor. So with that, thank you again. Thank you for the plaque. I look forward to continuing to listen and watch the work of this committee, the audit committee, and the new independent performance auditor coming on from my home in Escondido. So with that, thank you again. And we'll see everybody later.
Thank you very much, Hassan.
Thank you, Mr. Manson, Bob, and Stuart. But Mary, You have one day left. I'm gonna think about what we're gonna do with that day. But I want to thank you and your team for being here, for trying to make this agency better. I think from day one, we had one goal, common goal. I don't think once I told you no to any resources you needed, because I believe in the function of this office. I believe in the independence of this office. But I want to thank you for working with us, with Ray, and looking where your camera is pointing. You're going to be fine, I think. So thank you, Mary. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Vargas. I want to thank Mary Kay and Mr. Monson and Mr. Stewart Halpern for the lessons that you taught me. You know, I spent about 5 years on our State Board of Accounting, and I learned a lot about auditing, stuff I never thought I was going to apply. Lo and behold, here I am, and I was able to add to that, to those lessons, thanks to the generosity and the teachings that you, Mary Kay and Bob and Stuart, were so generous in. I had such a short time to work with you, but I actually learned a lot, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Auditors are amongst my favorite people. I think the work that is done is so critical to the quality control and the quality assurance of such important work that is done by agencies such as SANDAG. So I thank you from the bottom of my heart, and I am so grateful to have had a little bit of a chance to work with you. That was incredible for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz.
Mayor Wells.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank Stuart and Mary and Bob. I was on the audit committee with them for a couple of years. I really admired their professionalism. Their knowledge of the subject was amazing, and their integrity. And I really want to honor you for that. It was exemplary, and I know that you did a lot of work without any pay and without any recognition, and I just want to take this time to tell you I appreciate you. Thank you.
Mayor Vasquez.
As a former vice chair for the audit committee, I just want to send out a very heartfelt thank you. And if anyone ever has the opportunity to serve on the audit committee, I highly recommend that you do so. You may ask the question why, and it is because with Mary and Bob and Stuart, the top goal was to essentially create transparency based on data and facts and truth. And with those elements coming together, you can build trust on behalf of this agency. And that was something that echoed regularly among those who served on the audit committee. And I just want to take this opportunity to thank Mary and the entire team for working to ensure that we were moving in a very thoughtful way to try and support these factors. So thank you for your leadership, and Mary, and thank you to Bob and Stuart for all of your hard work in setting the platform for the future of this agency.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Jones.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to echo the sentiments of many of our board members today. Mary, Bob, and Stuart, you've all done such a tremendous job in launching the part of ABO 805 that I think all of us can agree on. I think it's really important for us to always be accountable, and I know that you guys have done a lot of work to really set the tone and the stage for all of us to have confidence in all the abilities that the audit committee has. And just thank you so much for your work. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor Jones.
Okay, thank you so much. Very much appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right. The next item that I wanted to share with you, I want to give you a quick update We'll give you an update. On the CEO recruitment, the recruitment subcommittee held its first meeting this morning. There were 2 items on the agenda. The first one is we discussed and approved the stakeholder engagement and public outreach plan. The plan is very robust, excuse me. It includes various activities that will take place during the month of November. Pam Derby from CPSHR will be reaching out to individual board members to discuss the CEO position. She will also contact representatives from our partner organizations, hold workshops for members of the public, and conduct focus group with staff. Pam will also be using an online survey as another method for gathering input. Dates for the workshops and the link to the survey will be shared next week. The results from the public outreach will be incorporated into the job announcement, as well as the evaluation and selection criteria. The subcommittee also discussed the process for appointing an interim CEO. This is something new for SANDAG, but the plan will be that we agreed to as a subcommittee is the following. Pam from CPS will source out 3 to 5 potential candidates for the position, and the subcommittee will conduct initial interviews in the week of November 6th. The subcommittee will recommend 2 to 3 candidates to be interviewed by the full board. The interviews will most likely take place on a special meeting on November 17th, which will decide on a candidate as a board. And then we'll start negotiations, and then we'll make that decision on December 8th. We will approve the employment contract for the interim CEO and then name the person selected for the position. Please feel free to reach out to Pam if you have any questions about the recruitment. Those are the updates that I have. And so now we're going to move on to the consent agenda.
Excuse me, Chair.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
had my hand up. Sorry, maybe it's not working. I just wondered, all that procedure that you just read was very helpful, but it was also really quick. So is there a way to get that in writing to the board?
Sure.
Thank you. That
Happy to
would
do
be
that.
very helpful. Thank you.
All right. Is it a motion?
Could we do public comments first, Chairwoman?
Sure. Public comments on the consent agenda. Thank you.
We have 4 public commenters on the consent agenda. Our first is Truth, and I want to remind the public that you will be speaking on the full consent agenda, items 2 through 11.
Yeah, right, with 60 seconds. Item 4, 1 open audit case is about the 1 million a mile bike projects doubling in price. So Hassan, how do we get fraud recovery from you? What about your willful omission to perform your duties? Who does Hassan work for?
This is, I'm insubordinate now and there, fine. And I would do it again.
That's right. Item 5, for over $790,000, there will be new made-up terms called disconnected communities and harmful transportation infrastructure. Item 6, it's a ripoff that the audit committee has to show up at 9 a.m. instead of 1 p.m. Item 7, SANDAG has over $346 million in outstanding debt because of their failure to collect tolls on the South Bay Disaster Way. Item 8, absolutely no, not under my watch, to the conflicts of interest that are Ebony Shelton and Andrew Mafia, who's already on San Diego's audit committee. Item 10 is 1.5 million state debt dollars to pay for 1 shared shuttle toy because the agenda is, quote, reducing single occupant VMT, end quote. That's up Shoes Alley. And item 11, note of 500 million more to Otay Mesa East entry that only benefits 2 corrupt governments with congestion pricing, toll money, and tracking control.
Thank you. I also have 3 virtual commenters on this item. Our next speaker, Mark, will be followed by Jordan Latchford.
Mark, 5 seconds to speak per 11 agenda items makes any intelligent response impossible, which is total tyranny. On 7, recession, getting more money. You're not even addressing inflation caused by the Federal Reserve. You'll make sure, of course, that your programs get plenty of funds, but the people will just not be able to keep up with this, which is intentional. On 9, more buses. There are many articles about how it's literally impossible for the people will be crushed by the incredible burden that trying to instill this will cause. SANDAG did not exist before 1980 and should not. And the officials here are not elected to do the job they're doing. They're elected to be mayors or council people or supervisors and do those jobs in their area. They are not elected to do to give out billions of dollars for all of Southern California for UN Agenda 21 programs that are completely—
Your time has expired. Our next commenter, Jordan Latchford, will be followed by Barry P.
Hi, good morning, board members. My name is Jordan Latchford, and I'm here on behalf of the Downtown San Diego Partnership, here to express our strong support and gratitude for item 5. The partnership is deeply committed to fostering the economic prosperity and cultural vibrancy within the city's downtown area. As a managing organization for the Clean and Safe program, the Downtown Partnership plays a crucial role in ensuring the region thrives. Item 5 represents a significant step forward in the partnership's mission, with $3 million allocated to the Downtown Central Mobility Hub and Connections project. With over 37,000 residents and more than 76,000 employees in downtown San Diego, the area serves as a major employment and entertainment hub, as well as a significant commercial center. We'd like to express our gratitude to the SANDAG board and staff for their efforts in securing this successful grant. This initiative represents a substantial stride towards the betterment of our community and the continued growth and vitality of downtown San Diego. Thank you for your time.
Our next commenter, Barry P., will be followed by the first virtual, phone number 813. I will go ahead and move on to the first virtual commenter, phone number 813. Please go ahead. You are self-muted. I will go ahead to the next virtual commenter, the original draw. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so number 4, you guys all, your performance audit with all this fraud, waste, and abuse. It's just interesting that you guys are determining what is and isn't abuse of authority. As we can see, what Nora is doing is abuse of authority. And number 5, you know, mitigating the impacts of EMT is just getting us into a 15-minute city so that people can't leave and are trapped in there. Number 7 is just giving more money to big banks with everything that you're investing in. Number 9, the CEO having, you know, the ability to modify budgets up to $300,000 per project without, you know, saying anything is a bit much, because as we can see what's happening, everything is fraud, waste, and abuse. Your whole clean mobility options that you're spending $1.5 million on, none of that is clean mobilities. You're putting them in lithium battery bombs. And then number 11, just more business with Mexico. Let's spend $400 to $500 million to get more business with them when they're letting an invasion happen and sewer water to just be drained into our—
Thank you. Your time expired. Our next speaker, Craig Jones, please go ahead, and then I will try phone number 813 one last time.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. Craig Jones, a resident of San Diego and a volunteer with Urban Collaborative Project in Southeast San Diego. I'm speaking in favor of the consent items, particularly agenda item 10. This item will help provide transportation access at the neighborhood and community level in Southeast San Diego. This item moves forward SANDAG's promise to provide equity as well as transportation accessibility. Thank you for this item. Please vote in favor of this item. Thank you.
Our final speaker on this item, phone number 813, please go ahead. You are self-muted. It seems like your audio is not working, so.
Hello?
Oh,
Hello?
please.
Okay, what item are we on? I'm multitasking here.
Are we still on consent?
Yes, the consent agenda.
This is the consent agenda.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to say that the conduct of the chairwoman has been disgusting, and resign Nora.
I concur.
That concludes the public comments.
See no member comments. May I have a motion to approve the consent calendar? Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve consent agenda, Chair.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote. Just a reminder, we vote with these. Thank you.
That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Next item. We're good?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, the next item on the agenda is item number 12. It's the proposed budget amendment. I want to thank all of you for meeting with staff on this item. And for, I know there's been a lot of questions, so it's an important opportunity for us to invest region-wide. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Susan to go ahead and give her presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Vargas, members of the SANDAG Board. I'm Susan Huntington. I'm SANDAG's Director of Financial Planning, Budgets and Grants. I'm excited and proud to be here today with you to present a proposed budget amendment, which will advance the delivery of our regional priority projects and all along the corridors within the county. The proposed investment supports a comprehensive, efficient, multimodal transportation network. It continues to deliver the Transnet regional capital projects, and it advances projects to become competitive for future state and federal funding opportunities. So how did we get here? I think you'll remember back in May, the Board of Directors approved the fiscal year 2024 final program budget. As a reminder, the approved budget included $1.2 billion in local, state, and federal funding for SANDAG activities, including roughly $566 million for capital project delivery and $238 million of Transnet revenue, which is passed along to the local jurisdictions and transit operators. The approved fiscal year 2024 multi-year budget was $9 billion. Since the budget was approved, $643 million additional funds have been identified to become available between now and fiscal year 2030 to advance SANDAG's regional projects and initiatives. The majority of the funds become available in fiscal year 26 and beyond. You'll see that on the right-hand part of the slide. And only $8.2 million is being proposed to be added into the current year budget. So going clockwise in terms of where the funds are coming from, the Transnet funds. The Transnet revenues have been updated to reflect actual collections through fiscal year 2023 and estimated Transnet revenues through 2025. Increased revenue collection, refunding of certain Transnet bonds, and termination of the swap portfolio. And decreased Transnet spending led to a positive starting balance of Transnet in fiscal year 2024. The revenue is proposed to be added to project budgets over the next few years. The next slice of pie, this is state competitive grants where the region has been successful in securing project dedicated funding to continue moving our projects forward. And then really the bulk of the funding which has become available is the state and federal formula funds. So in August, the state provided 2 critical revisions to revenue estimates used by the region to implement projects. The California Transportation Commission, the CTC, adopted the fund estimate for the 2024 State Transportation Improvement Program, the STIP, The fund estimate is a set of revenue assumptions that cover the period fiscal year 27 through fiscal year 32. So the maximum target share for the San Diego region, or the total programming capacity, is approximately $360 million for the time period fiscal year 27 through 32. And I'll go into more detail on the next page about the STIP program. In addition, in August, SANDAG also received revised revenue estimates for fiscal years 22 through 25 for our federal formula funds. That was a revised estimate adding 37 million. And then we also had an additional 18 million of unprogrammed federal formula funds at the beginning of this year, which will be applied in this amendment. Of the $643 million proposed to be added into the budget, a total investment of $530 million will be added to Transnet projects. So 82% of these funds are going to continue to advance the Transnet program of projects. So to give you a little bit of background on the STIP program, during every odd numbered year, the California Transportation Commission develops the STIP. It's a 5-year plan for future allocations of certain state transportation funds for state highway improvements, intercity rail, and regional highway and transit improvements. The STIP is funded by state highway account, which is a mix of federal and state dollars. So again, this is normal part of our process. It's updated every 2 years. It's a 5-year plan for future allocations. You can see on the right-hand side that the STIP has 2 broad programs. 75% of the STIP funds flow to the region by formula, whereby the Regional Transportation Planning Agency, like SANDAG, are charged with developing an expenditure plan for the funds. Eligible project types include improvements to state highways, public transit, intercity rail, pedestrian and bike facilities, intermodal facilities, and more. The remaining 25% of the STIP flows through the IP, which is the Interregional Improvement Program, and that's a statewide competitive program administered by Caltrans. The IP portion of the program is directed to projects that improve interregional transportation. So eligible projects would include intercity passenger rail, mass transit guideways, grade separations, and state highways. So as the RTPA, SANDAG submits the proposed RIP program of projects while Caltrans submits its IP projects. In cooperation with SANDAG to the CTC by December 15th of each odd numbered year. Although the region can propose to advance the STIP funding into fiscal year 25 and 26, funding availability is not guaranteed and will depend on statewide capacity. The CTC may choose to keep those funds in fiscal year 27 and later. CTC staff recommendation will be released in spring 2024 with the STIP scheduled for adoption in March. So let's talk about how the criteria for the projects are chosen. The board prioritizes projects with the adoption of the regional plan. So the budget is guided by the regional plan as well as projects in the current Transnet ordinance. So adding money into the budget is part of the process to implement the board-approved regional plan. During the budget development, projects are evaluated for eligibility for each fund type. For example, the Transnet funds included in the proposed budget amendment are from the major corridor and the bikeway programs and can only be used for projects consistent with the current board-approved Transnet ordinance expenditure plan. So the region's priorities established in the Transnet ordinance and the regional plan combined with project phasing and fund availability inform the development and inclusion of projects in the capital program. Projects are selected to be implemented in the budget based on the open to traffic dates modeled for the regional plan. So for example, if a project is modeled to be open to the public in 2035 and is expected to take 10 years to be developed, then it must be included in the budget around 2025. In addition, the STIP guidelines require that Caltrans and SANDAG meet and confer regarding project funding needs and priorities in development of the proposed STIP. During consultation with Caltrans District 11, staff evaluated the portfolio of projects, Caltrans operational priorities for both the highway and rail programs, and the status of the regional bike projects. So this is really good. At your table, you each should have received this takeaway. It's a great visualization of the projects that are currently and proposed for our capital budget. So if you open it up and you pull the transparency up to the top, this map helps you to visualize the comprehensive network of transportation projects going on already in the approved SANDAG budget. So this is a great way to help you understand all the projects that we have going on throughout the county. If you pull the transparency down, now you'll see the projects in the proposed budget amendment. So in my time at SANDAG, we've never created something like this before. I think it's really helpful tool for us to understand the diversity and the comprehensiveness of the projects in the budget and in the amendment. So these are the proposed. You have that on your desk. Okay, so now to highlight some of the key investment proposed for the amendment. More than half of the money in this
Susan,
amendment.
Before you continue.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want, in this document here, and I'm not trying to geek out, but I just want everybody to see it because this is what I asked for, because I want to make sure, and we're going to be continuing to do this in my goal of being transparent and really thinking about being able to take a deeper dive into each of the programs and projects so that not only the board, but our communities are able to look at each project and know where the project is, where the project stands. I wanted to make sure that people are able to do this. So that's why this was created. And so if you all have feedback and you have thoughts, look at this. I mean, there's so many projects and so many things that we're working on that I want to make sure that folks have an opportunity to see. So I think this is super exciting. But again, if anybody has other recommendations on how else we can improve it for the public and the communities, let us know, because this is a work in progress as we're trying to make sure that the community knows exactly where we're at, where the funding is in, and then you're going to be able to go to the website and click on it, and the funding mechanisms are going to be there. And it's going to be amazing so that people can have access to all of the data and information on each of the initiatives and projects and where they fall in terms of where they're going and all that good stuff, right? So go ahead, Susan, sorry.
Yeah, so I think that this is a great tool. I'm really excited about it as well. So now to highlight some of the key investments proposed in the amendment. More than half of the proposal fully funds 10 projects for construction, so that's 330 million. Continuing construction on the Pershing Drive Bikeway, the San Onofre Pulgas double track project. The proposal moves 6 projects from final design into the construction phase, SR 94, SR 125, which, side note, in preparing for this budget amendment, I went back to see how long this project has been in development. I found that the first time this project appeared in the SANDAG budget was in 2001. So we're super excited to bring this project into the final stage and build the improvement and create benefit for the community. The San Diego Lagoon Double Track project is also moving into construction. There are also 4 bike projects that are proposed to move from final design into construction. So the Early Action Bike Program of projects was approved by the board back in 2013. Since that time, SANDAG has been working on the development of these projects and seeking outside grant opportunities. By investing in these projects now, the projects can finally move from final design into construction within the next 12 months, and the region will not be at risk of losing state grant funding. I will also note that the funding being added to these projects is specific to bike projects. This is the Transnet Bike Program and some federal funding that's specific to bike. And we've also investing nearly $200 million in the design of critical Transnet corridors, the SR 52, SR 67, the I-15 78 connectors, the I-5 78 connectors, SR 11, Otay Mesa East Port of Entry. This funds the project from 30% design to 100% design. We've included managed lanes in Oceanside. Other critical projects that will be funded include the Youth Opportunity Pass. It extends that program for 18 and under for an additional 2 years. The airport transit connection, continued planning for the Purple Line and Blue Line. Those are the major ones. And moving on for next steps, pending approval of the proposed budget amendment, staff would request that the Independent Taxpayer Oversight Committee review the proposed amendments to ensure consistency with the Transnet Extension Ordinance at its November 8th meeting. If the budget amendment is considered consistent with the ordinance, staff would initiate the process to amend the 2023 RTIP to program the Transnet funding. Staff would also finalize the proposed STIP program of projects and submit those as required to the state by December the 15th. And following the CTC adoption of the STIP next spring, staff would bring a 2023 RTIP amendment programming action to a future board meeting for approval. So thank you very much for your attention and interest in this item. And I'm here and the whole team's here to answer questions that you might have on the proposal before you today. Thank you.
Well, before I turn it over to public comment, I just want to say thank you, Susan. I know that you and I have spent a lot of time like really going through this and the process and, you know, my commitment is to ensuring that the board had an opportunity to really ask a lot of questions and then also making it as available to the public as well. So I'm going to turn it over to the public comment first, and then we'll go ahead and open it up for my colleagues to be able to ask questions as well. So Tessa?
Thank you. I have 15 in-person public commenters and currently 9 virtual. Manny Rodriguez, please come to the podium. You will be followed by Corey Schumacher.
Good morning, board. Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to meet here on Friday. I'm here on behalf of City Heights CDC, and we recommend that the board approve this amendment. There are a lot of good projects in this, a lot of projects that will, benefit communities that have been underserved, communities that are transit dependent, and it'll serve various communities throughout the whole region. We believe there is something here for everyone, and it is truly, showing that SANDAG cares about multimodal approaches, reducing its VMT, and meeting its state obligations. So recommend you take this project. It's a really good opportunity you have in front of you, and thank you for your time.
Corey Schumacher, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Farnell Aceveda.
Corey Schumacher, IBW 569, representing 3,600 union electricians and power professionals. We are here in support of the proposed budget amendments because they will expedite projects that will decrease traffic congestion, further safety and improvement projects, and bring economic benefits to our communities. The proposed budget amendments will increase people's choices on how they move through the region, thus decreasing the number of single occupancy vehicles on our roads and making space for the movement of goods and services on freeways. The amendments will further safety projects like double tracking at the Carlsbad Village Station that will also have positive economic impacts for local businesses. And the amendments will advance critical improvements to roads like new HOV lanes and Oceanside, new express lanes, rapid bus routes, and flexible fleets for last mile connections. In sum, the proposed budget amendments are good for our region, good for increasing folks' choice on how they choose to move around our region, and they will also ensure good union construction jobs for our local workforce. Please support the proposed budget amendments. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker, Farnell Aceveda, will be followed by Ariana Federico. And I have currently 13 virtual, and that we will take no more virtual speakers after that.
Good morning. I am Farnell Aceveda. I am a youth member of Mid-City CAN and a first-year SDSU student majoring in urban planning. I live in Corridor between North Park and City Heights. I am in favor of increased funding for youth opportunity passes. According to the Environmental Health Coalition, children who live near busy roads have been found to have higher rates of asthma than those who don't. Parts of City Heights have a higher asthma rate than 80% higher than the rest of the state. As I said, I grew up in Corridor between the I-805 and I-15. This week I didn't have my car, so I was only able to take the bus to school. This took a hit on my asthma. When we prioritize the health, safety, and access to resources for our youth in the form of accessible transportation, we see better change. Thank you for your time.
Our next commenter, Ariana Federico. You'll be followed by Sarah Ochoa.
Good morning, board. My name is Ariana Federico. I am the transportation organizer at Mid-City CAN. And I just want to say thank you to the leadership, including Chair Vargas and Vice Chair Sean Elo. Our transportation team is in favor of the budget. For a long time, we hadn't seen adequate investment in transportation. So today I'll actually be reading a testimony from one of our youth council members who's actually in school right now. The YOP program has proven to be beneficial to all people, all youth in the county. Free transportation across San Diego has provided students with opportunities they've never seen before that allow them to travel freely to school, to jobs, to recreational activities, and even just to have fun. And they don't have to worry about transportation. Adding more funding would really mean that youth can continue to have access to these opportunities across the board because the main
Thank you.
form
Your
is
time expired.
transportation. Thank you for your time.
Sarah Ochoa, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by B. Miller, who will be followed by Karina Contreras.
Good morning again, board members. I'm Sarah Ochoa speaking on behalf of the Cleveland National Forest Foundation. First off, staff, I apologize that your character was maligned at the beginning of this meeting simply for doing your job. That was a phenomenal presentation, a lot of acronyms, and thank you for taking the time to reach out to the board members and answer their questions and to discuss the timeline. We're under a deadline set by the state to approve this. If we want things built, that seems pretty straightforward to me. If you don't fund certain things, they won't get built. South Bay community has been promised the purple line for decades now, and the community is crying out for that to be built. So Duncan McBettridge, the head of our org, says yes to this item. He would prefer there be no highway spending in this because we prioritize that for decades. We're 30 years behind in building a transit first network. But on balance, this is such a drastic improvement from the direction that this agency has taken in the years that I've been involved, which is maybe more than 15 or so. So thank you. I urge your approval in full. Thanks.
B. Miller, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Karina Contreras, who will be followed by Truth.
Good morning, Chair Vargas and board members. My name is B. Miller, and I'm a volunteer with San Diego 350. I'm speaking in favor of the budget amendment. The reality of more money coming to SANDAG to fund projects is obviously popular across the board, but please keep in mind during the decision-making processes that the regional plan still needs to achieve an 18.6% reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, with even higher targets required in the future. Trolley, train, bus, and people mover projects enable people to move quickly while keeping emissions low. Pedestrian and bike projects increase access to transit with virtually no emissions. The county has prioritized road building long enough. Thank you.
Karina Contreras, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Truth, who will be followed by Christina Marquez.
Hello, everyone. My name is Karina Contreras. I'm speaking in my capacity as transportation policy advocate for Climate Action Campaign. It is a huge yes to this item. Please support it. We, for a long time in San Diego, have needed to make these types of investments. And now we have the opportunity with state and federal funding to maximize the return on investment on the small amount of taxpayer dollars. So if we move forward, we can connect folks in a healthier way. We know that active transportation has fallen behind, and we need to advance that connection to public transit and make it safer for everybody to get from one place to another. And I will say that with the Youth Opportunity Pass, this is incredible. As someone who rides a lot of public transit, especially in North County, it's really awesome to see our youth going to Oceanside, to the beach, and not needing help from anybody. And they're just so excited to be able to participate at the street fair and join in recreational opportunities. Thank you.
Truth, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Christina Marquez, who will be followed by Rita Clement.
No coercion because SANDAG's being really transparent. Look at that. Hold on. Hard open. Real transparent. It's $1.2 billion a year for SANDAG to monopoly money away. Now there's another 643 million slice of pie printed up for 30 projects, mostly future broken promises, which some of these reps will waste their time clawing each other over because the only projects that get built are the ones that people don't want. Example, sustainable slime green bike lanes and corridors of control. The Barrio Logan Bikeway alone is over $41 million. So when I read about improvements on the 52 or 67, I know that's not happening. When I read HOV toll lanes on the 5 or 78, I know that is happening. And over $10 million by 2026 for toy shuttles is the justification to tax parking in cities like PB and Oceanside. And unaccompanied children riding for free because being increased to 27 million. Quit calling it a pilot and admit that as soon as they get a car, they're not going to ride that public transit. And if anyone, it should have been seniors riding for free. Not that they'd be safe with slashers riding the trolleys, but better them on the taxpayer dime than disrespectful whippersnappers. So no to most of these projects.
Your time expired. Christina Marquez, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Rita Clement and then Denise Lopez.
Thank you. Good morning. Christina Marquez. Good morning, honorable board members. My name is Christina Marquez, and I'm the environmental organizer at IBEW Local 569, representing 3,600 paraprofessionals and union electricians. IBEW 569 is here in support of the proposed budget amendments because we take positive steps towards developing more public transit. I'm also born and raised here in San Diego, and to see the possibility of having public transportation like the Purple Line going north and south is something that I did never think I'd see in my lifetime. So I'm hoping that that's something that could come in. It'll connect people, decrease regional traffic congestion, decrease VMTs, which will in turn reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and link key industry clusters to their workforce. For these reasons and many more, we support you and thank you for all of your hard work. Thank you.
Rita Clement, please come to the podium. You will be followed by Denise Lopez and then Guadalupe Rojas.
Good morning, SANDAG board members and staff. My name is Rita Clement and I live in Chula Vista. I'm a volunteer with San Diego 350. I took the bus and the trolley for 12 years to travel to my job in downtown San Diego. I strongly support item 12 for improvements to our transit system, resulting in a decrease of vehicle miles traveled. The amendment before you today provides a balanced package of new funding that will invest in our regional transportation and highway system. It is important for the SANDAG board to take advantage of the hundreds of millions of dollars that are being provided by our state and federal governments for these regional investments. Thank you for your time today.
Denise Lopez, please come to the podium, followed by Guadalupe Rojas and AJ Estrada.
Hello, my name is Denise Lopez. I'm a third-year student at UCSD, and I take public transportation to even go to my campus because I'm a commuter. And by my experience, when I've been going to trolley at 6 in the morning, 12 p.m. or 1 in the afternoon, I've seen that public transportation has been used. I have been told stories about the youth, how much they love it and how I've been using the transportation to get to UCSD or to the campus next to our school, that's Preuss High School and Middle School. A lot of youth have been using it and they see the importance, and many of the youth have been riding them since little, and now they feel how important. I've been riding public transportation since I was three months old, and I'm still using public transportation. I still don't have a license, and I depend on the transportation. So I've been a long-time rider with using public transportation. So this is an important, I want you guys to approve this budget as it's important for the youth because we are going to be long-time rider as we see how the impact in our environment is going to be needed for us to be long-time riders. Thank you very much.
Guadalupe Rojas, please come to the podium, followed by AJ Estrada and then Barry P.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Guadalupe Rojas, and I am speaking on behalf of one of our youth advocates at Mid-City Can, who is currently in school. It says, good morning, everyone. My name is Ezra Skerlix, and I am a senior at San Diego High School. I wrote this statement in complete support of extending the Youth Opportunity Pass program. The program has allowed countless youth, myself included, greater access to educational, vocational, and recreational opportunities. The value of these opportunities is beyond quantification, but I think it is safe to say that extending the program is well worth the investment. The program saves us a major step in establishing a more equitable San Diego, as kids like me, who were previously obstructed by financial barriers, such as the one posed by bus fares, are now more free to pursue their interests. I ask that you please invest in the community and fund the extension of the YOP program. Thank you for your time.
AJ Estrada, please come to the podium, followed by Barry P. and then Kelvin Barrios.
Good morning. I first want to thank Chair Vargas and Vice Chair Elo Rivera for their work, as well as a resident of Chula Vista, Representative Cardenas for representing our city here at the board. Again, my name is AJ Estrada. I'm a political officer with the San Diego Building and Construction Trades Council. I'm here to ask you to please support the proposed budget amendment. San Diego needs more options for folks to move throughout the region. I know this. I take transit as much as I can. I took it here today, and I will take it to my next destination. As the cost of living goes up, people travel further between their jobs and homes. The proposed budget amendments will increase people's choices on how they move about our region. We can move people, we can move goods and services around our region, across our region better with more options that decrease the number of single occupancy vehicles on our freeways. Also, the proposed amendments will further critical safety projects and improvements. For these reasons and many, many more, please support the proposed budget amendments today.
Barry P., please come to the podium, followed by Kelvin Barrios, and then our first virtual, Toshi Ishihara. I believe Barry P. has left. Kelvin Barrios, please come to the podium.
Morning, board members. I'd like to start off thanking Chair Vargas. I was wondering whose idea it was to get this. This is really good for the board members, but really for the public. It really does show that these budget amendment projects, were thought out very carefully and just making sure we cover all of San Diego County and a wide scope of projects. My name is Kelvin Barrios. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for Labor's Local 89. We're one of the primary workforce that works on just about virtually any SANDAG project. So we will be on bikeway projects, low sand project, light rail projects, even the HOV project. So this budget amendment, we're fully in support of. It does provide jobs for our members, but more so it does provide opportunities to continue getting people moving. I would say, because there has been some dings on it, the HOV lanes, we do see them as something that's still needed in the short term. I know there's a plan to move, folks off the cars, and that's what we're advocating for, but we do need to meet the demands of today. So again, thank you for your support on this. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Our first virtual public speaker, Toshi Ishihara, will be followed by Amy Peak and then Craig Jones. Please go ahead, Toshi.
Okay, good morning, board members. My name is Toshi Ishihara. I'm a member of San Diego 350, also San Diego Transportation Equity Working Group. You have opportunity today to make a good use of the $643 million, right? Additionally, coming from the state of California Transnet and the federal government. The program budget amendment you will vote on today will provide additional funding to the suite of projects that are critical for improving regional transportation system, including bikeway, train, buses, and highways. I'm very excited to see Youth Opportunity Pass and the flexible fleets gets much needed boost. Then those programs will be able to continue until 2026. YOP helps young people from low-income families and marginalized communities. So I strongly urge all of you to vote to support the program budget amendment. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Amy Peak, will be followed by Craig Jones and then phone number 813. Amy, please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Amy Peak, and I am speaking on behalf of the Rebuild SoCal Partnership in support of this budget allocation. Our partnership consists of 2,700 contractors and 90,000 union workers across Southern California who are dedicated to ensuring essential infrastructure funding. Our partnership is glad to see the board make serious investments and down payments in the quality of San Diego County's infrastructure. This action will prepare the region to take full advantage of federal IIJA dollars and other future funding sources. The highway connectors, the airport transit connector, and a host of other projects mentioned today will create good paying construction jobs for our region and increase the quality of life for our community. Our members look forward to working with you to create jobs and get these projects done. Thank you for your support of this essential infrastructure funding and for your time this morning.
Craig Jones will be followed by phone number 813 and then the original draw. Craig, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you for this opportunity. Craig Jones with Urban Collaborative Project and SD 350 Transportation Committee. It is smart and wise to capture available state and federal funding. That's what this item does. I applaud the transparency of staff's presentation. Key with this item, as staff has presented, is its comprehensiveness. We must develop not individual projects, but an interconnected system of transportation accessibility and equity. That's what this item does. As a supporter of the Youth Opportunity Pass project, I applaud that extension, and please do adopt in its entirety this system of transportation accessibility. Thank you.
Phone number 813 will be followed by the original draw and then Belen Hernandez. Phone number 813, please go ahead. And you are self-muted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear
Can
you.
you confirm that? Okay, great. Okay, I just wanted to really encourage the people who are there, especially you young people, to come in often to these meetings as much as possible. You should actually request to your teachers to pay attention to what local government is doing, because it doesn't matter what happens in DC, it matters what happens locally. And we have a lot of corruption happening. And a lot of you don't realize that. You're like, oh, this is free, this is good, this is, no, it's not. Pay attention, educate yourself, and encourage your parents to do the same thing. Take care.
Our next speaker, the original draw, followed by Belen Hernandez and then Basil Mornian. The original draw, please go ahead.
Welcome to 15-minute cities. And for those of you in there that think that's a joke, you have a, something coming. So it's interesting that we sit here and we're like, we're increasing choices when actually we're not. We're not increasing choices when we are trying to get people out of their cars. That's decreasing choices. And the drivers are funding their own demise of driving. So you guys can put us into a 15-minute zone so you can walk and bike everywhere. And, as Carb said, there's no more expressways or, adding lanes to roads. So any of those projects in there will never come into place because we have to reduce GHGs because it's so dangerous to drive alone. That's the most dangerous thing in the world. It's crazy. I mean, it's not walking and biking while, in the road with cars or anything like that, even though you guys have had, major fatalities on the rise from this whole plan. It's so smart. But yeah, anything to do with putting people in a 15-minute slave zone where we're going to have to get permits to get out. No, thank you. And you guys are just wasting the people's money. So you guys continue to do this and,
Your time expired. Belen Hernandez will be followed by Basil Mornian and then Jason. Belen, please go ahead.
Good morning. This is Belen Hernandez representing Mid-City CAN, also a member of the Transportation Equity Working Group. We're here to express our support for the budget amendment. It includes funding for very high use projects. The next transit rapid lanes are going to be a good project to improve efficiency. I think more people are open to ride transit, but right now rides are so long. So we need to make it a competitive alternative. Of course, we're here to advocate for the Youth Opportunity Pass, which a report will be coming to you soon with all of the benefits, quantitative and qualitative, for you to examine on the success of the program. And all the support for the purple line and the blue line studies, so that we can make sound policy decisions and build where people need them. Thank you.
Basil Mornian is our next commenter. Will be followed by Jason and then Connor. Basil, please go ahead.
Good morning, SANDAG board members. First of all, thank you for your time and dedication to serving the people of San Diego. It's really exciting to see that we found this additional funding. So with that in mind, I do wholeheartedly support item 12, especially concerning neighborhood safety and transit improvements like the university bike and bus lane. With increasing density, there have been more frequent opportunities for automobile, pedestrian, and cyclist conflicts. So these improvements will increase safety and enable people to reduce their car use. As a transit user myself and one who likes to walk places, I do like to get out of my car when it's possible. So this will definitely help that, and hopefully that will help increase the air quality and safety in our community. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker, Jason, will be followed by Connor and then Zach Thompson. Jason, please go ahead.
Hi, my name's Jason. I'm a San Diego native and a climate activist, and I support the budget amendment. I'd like to ask SANDAG to, sorry. So let me just mention, bike and pedestrian deaths are at an all-time high. It's a massive issue because people who would like to do the right thing and save the environment, they are putting themselves at risk, and that's not right. Also, I'd like to point out that bikes are the most equitable form of transportation. They are simple, they are affordable, they're small, easy to store, they don't require license, fuel, insurance, or oil changes. But the issue is San Diegans won't get to realize these benefits until SANDAG chooses to build the safe and connected network that we all need. We have the perfect weather for it. We should totally do it. Bikes are our silver bullet for achieving our climate goals. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Connor, will be followed by Zach Thompson and then Laura Keenan. Connor, please go ahead.
Hello. Thank you to the board and SANDAG for their work on this. I'm Connor here on behalf of RideSD, a local nonprofit advocating for better public transit. You may know us from our initiative to get support for Apple Pay and contactless credit card payments to pay for the trolley and bus. We're very in support of this amendment. There's so many common sense projects that this would fund. For example, the low sand double tracking is important for improving reliability and speed of the coaster and Amtrak and is long overdue. There's also a lot of innovative investments in projects that are going to improve, that are going to give San Diegans more sustainable and climate-friendly options for transportation in the region. It's a really great amendment, and we should fund all of these projects. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker, Zach Thompson, will be followed by Laura Keenan, who will be followed by the final two speakers, Matt Stewart and the Urban Collaborative Project. Zach, please go ahead. Your audio is not working.
Yep. Good morning, SANDAG board members and staff. My name is Zach Thompson, and I'm a participant with Bike SD. I'm urging you this morning to vote yes on item 12. The budget amendment before you today provides a balanced package of new funding that will invest in all aspects of our regional transportation system. So important for SANDAG to take advantage of the funds provided by our state and federal governments for these types of regional investments. I specifically want to express my support for the bikeway projects under the Transnet Bike Program. These critical bikeway projects not only provided effective safety infrastructure for our growing cycling community, they also provide major improvements to our communities, building improved sidewalks, crosswalks, and other pedestrian infrastructure. As the board may be aware, a recent study reported on by KPBS found that San Diego metro region saw a 71% increase in biking from 2019 to 2022, growth that I believe is directly attributable to the high quality connected bike transportation network that SANDAG has been building. Thank you for your time today. Please vote yes on this item.
Laura Keenan will be followed by Matt Stewart. Laura, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Laura Keenan. I'm the co-founder of Families for Safe Streets here in San Diego, and I'm asking you to please support this budget amendment. We are a group of families who have lost loved ones to traffic collisions or are survivors ourselves, and we advocate for safer streets so no other family has to experience our pain. My husband, Matt Keenan, was killed by a wrong-way driver about 2 years ago. He was in the bike lane that was painted and not protected. And with these types of improvements, he'd be alive today. Several of our members, loved ones, were killed on some of these streets, including Purging Drive. And these changes would have saved their lives, and they will save other lives if they are able to be made. We all should be able to walk around our streets safely and not have to worry about our lives. So thank you for prioritizing lives and adopting these budget amendments. Appreciate it.
Our next speaker, Matt Stewart, will be followed by the final commenter, the Urban Collaborative Project. Matt, please go ahead.
Hey there. I'm calling to support the item 12, but specifically the transit, bikeway, and pedestrian improvement projects. The transit projects such as, the Purple Line analysis, more rapid transit, all those things will be great for our region, especially the Youth Opportunity Pass. I take the Blue Line to work and I see all the youth flooded every afternoon from the Proof School, and it's a wonderful thing. It helps parents, manage their time better, and it helps, students get to school. So that's awesome. The bikeway projects desperately needed. I take the 4th and 5th Avenue project that SANDAG completed almost every day. It has really increased my mobility by bike, and we need more of those. We need a better connected network throughout our region. And I hope you prioritize these improvements over others such as freeway improvements, on-demand lanes, and HOV lanes, because those are not nearly as helpful. They're very hurtful, in fact, for the environment, our climate action, and Vision Zero goals. Thank you.
And our final commenter on this item, Urban Collaborative Project. Please go ahead. You are self-muted. Chairwoman, that concludes the public comments.
All right. So thank you again. Just a reminder, it's important to stress that this is a thank you to everyone from the public, first and foremost, for all of their comments and their feedback, and appreciate that. It's important to reiterate that this is a standard budget item and it's part of our normal process when the state lets us know that the latest estimates for our formula funds for the next 5 years. And the proposal that is presented adds funding to many of the projects that we've had already approved as part of this year's budget so that we can get these projects done quicker and make them more competitive for other funds in the future. I hope that each one of the board members agrees that it demonstrates a balanced approach that serves every corner of the San Diego region. I think Councilmember Burkholder asked or mentioned that 78 corridor at our last meeting, and I see that there's an addition to your trench for the project. And then Mayor Minto actually talked about the 52 in response to her question, and that's in there too. So I know we have big fans of the Purple Line and Blue Line here as well, and I'm really glad to see that there's funding to extend the Youth Opportunity Pass programs for 2 years while we look at how we might want to expand the program in the future. So we've been hearing about the importance of improvements on the 67 from our residents in unincorporated areas. And of course, I know that Supervisor Anderson isn't here today, but I know that he's been talking about that as well. So, and then we're going to continue to make investments in the Los San corridor. And I see there's significant plus ups there as well. So I know we don't always agree, but I want to make sure that when it comes to moving these projects forward, we can come together on behalf of the region and all of the communities that we represent. So with that, I'm going to open it up for discussion. I have a couple of folks on the queue, so I'm going to first open it up to Mayor Krantz.
Thank you. Clearly, I made a strategic error last meeting by not mentioning some of my projects because apparently it worked. It's a wonderful, amazing list, actually. It, I think, illustrates, looking at this map, just how comprehensive the work that this agency does is. And while I recognize that there is vigorous debate about the merits of one project or another, I think overall it speaks very well for the work that's being done. That said, I do have a small quibble with some of the budgeting here in the programming, and I wanted to offer an amendment. The city of Encinitas, many years ago, before I was on the council, decided that they were going to oppose a passing track that NCTD wanted to build through our city. There was this notion that we could, as a city, keep NCTD from double tracking through our town. And so there was a lawsuit that followed, and the city of Encinitas promptly got its head handed to it by the agency, by the federal government. And so out of that came a negotiated settlement that SANDAG committed to study grade separating the tracks for pedestrian use in a number of places through our city. And that investment has resulted in two grade separated crossings, one at Santa Fe Drive, which is very central in our city, and the other is in Luqadda at El Portal. Approximately $25 million was spent for those two projects. Most of that came from the city's general fund. And so I did note that in this budget amendment, there's a item being added under new projects for Del Mar Bluffs access improvements. And I recognize that that is a project that was committed to by this agency when at the Coastal Commission for the Del Mar Bluffs stabilization projects 5 and 6. And there was a commitment made for $9 million. And I'm surprised to see essentially 23.5 in total funding being allocated to that. And much of it has to do with construction in the out years. And so when I got to looking at that, I recognized that there were some projects that we could fund for construction that were already 100% plans approved. And so in looking at this map, the one that of course is nearest and dearest to my heart is number 17 on the left side, Coastal Rail Trail, East Street to Chesterfield. And it is 100% designed and would require $9 million to construct. And there's another project that apparently is ready to go, and that is Batiquitos Lagoon Bike and Trail Connection, which would be 5.7 million. So my request would be that we take some of the money that is allocated in this budget amendment for Del Mar Bluffs access improvements from the construction side, continuing with the environmental and the design, and take the money that's on the construction side and put it to construction of projects that are 100% designed and shovel ready. And so that would take that project, number 28 on the attachment, down to $9 million. And it would reallocate 5.7 for the Batiquitos Lagoon Bike and Trail Connection in Carlsbad, and the Coastal Rail Trail from Santa Fe to E Street would be have $9 million allocated for construction. Some of you may know that Encinitas is under a declared emergency for e-bike safety issues. We had a young man, 15-year-old Brody Champlain Kingman, who was killed in an e-bike accident when he was trying to cross one of our 6-lane roads to get into the left turn lane. And he was turning left onto Santa Fe. And this particular project, we at the Santa Fe to E Street would create a coastal rail trail that was very beneficial to young folks to get off the streets and ride their bikes in safer areas. So I think overall it is important to make the commitment to the construction of this. It also was part of the Build NCC Public Works Plan as mitigation. So for all these reasons, I would ask that we make this amendment, and I would make that a motion when necessary. I'm not sure how you want to. Yep. So that would be the motion that I would make.
You're making a motion. So the board of directors is asked to, and then you're making these both, you're asking for these two actions that the staff is recommending with your additional amendment, right?
Correct.
Okay. Is it, Vice Chair?
Thank you, Chair. I will start by seconding Mayor Kranz's motion. And if there's an opportunity for staff to perhaps put on the screen that amendment.
Yeah. Wait a second. You're out of order. Go ahead, sir.
So first, I want to thank Mayor Kranz for doing the deep dive there and also providing context for the amendments that were made. I think that makes a lot of sense. I want to thank Farnell and Denise, as well as Guadalupe and Ariana for bringing forward the voices of youth from my district into this conversation. Your advocacy has been incredibly impactful. The youth opportunity passes that are in here and that we've funded in the past are a direct result of the advocacy of City Heights youth and City Heights mothers and grandmothers for over a decade. Thank you for keeping at it. It's having a huge impact on youth across the region. I hope you all are as proud of yourselves as I am of you. When I think about the amendments that are in front of us, there's a few things that come to mind. Health, safety, and cost of living are the three things that really rise to the top. The changes the amendments that are here are going to fund projects that make it safer for folks to travel in a variety of ways, whether that means walking, biking, or driving. It's going to have huge impacts on the quality of health of communities whose health has long been disregarded. And it's going to reduce the cost of living burden on a lot of folks who would love to have a different option to get to work or school or other activities that doesn't require the incredible costs of owning and operating a car. And we are just simply expanding those options, which gives people more liberty and gives people a cheaper way to move around their community and explore opportunities. So I think there's a lot of really good work in here. And I want to conclude by just thanking staff for the work that you did to provide information to the board. I think you went above and beyond this considerable work that you normally do to make sure that the board members could all be well informed and ask as many questions as they had in preparation of this meeting. Thank you for that. Thank you, Chair, for your leadership to make sure this comes forward in a transparent way, and also for your partnership in ensuring that our youth opportunity passes continue to be funded because of the incredible impact that has on the region's youth. With that concludes my comments and my second. Thank you.
Councilmember Duncan.
Thank you. My comments aren't towards this motion, so should I hold those or?
Well, there's a motion on the floor, so we're having discussion. There's a motion.
Yeah, I have no discussion. I pushed my button earlier on another comment on this overall subject.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay, thank you for letting me address my other issue now. I appreciate it. So for staff, I just want to make sure I'm reading this properly, both the overlay and the under original base items that are set forth. There are 0 items set forth in the city of Coronado, correct?
Correct.
And other than partial part of a bikeway to the border, there's 0 projects set forth in the city of Imperial Beach, correct? Is, in your experience or understanding, if you can comment on it, do you know approximately how many cars traverse Coronado on a daily basis?
I don't have that information. Do you?
So my understanding is it's 100,000 vehicles, and I'll just ask these sort of rhetorically to make my point. The amount of passenger vehicles that cross the border between the United States and Mexico at the largest border crossing in the Western Hemisphere is approximately 120,000 vehicles daily. So that means that through the city of Coronado, not referring, excuse me? Thank you. Not referring to residents driving around in Coronado, but the amount of vehicles that drive through Coronado in our region, back and forth down through Coronado and Imperial Beach, is the equivalent of 4/5 of all of the vehicles that cross our border. And yet in this body, my entire time here, I've never heard any discussion of one project to help mitigate the traffic flows and issues and the resulting air pollution, which obviously, if you're familiar with how the coast works, almost all of that pollution immediately blows over into Barrio Logan area. And I don't want to take too much time because I know we need to deal with all these projects that are actually on here to be funded, but I would just hope that this board and staff and this entity look to ways to help mitigate the massively increasing through traffic that goes through Coronado, not Coronado resident traffic, but through traffic that goes through Coronado and Imperial Beach, which of course will obviously be increasing with our housing allocation agreement with the state that we recently reached. And a large amount, I would just want to note, of that traffic is low income or moderate to low income military personnel that traverse in and out of the island and the southerly areas through the New Seal base, as well as the helicopter base in Imperial Beach. And it's becoming a massive burden on them, the ever increasing traffic, as well as related health issues to the pollution. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gastrolin.
Thank you very much. I have 3 items that I want to have a question on. The other 2 I have a comment on. It was 2, but now we have a 3rd. The first one is the $10 million for planning the express bus route, Route 625, from San Diego State University to the Chula Vista Trolley. Could you just say a few words about that? $10 million is a lot of money if we're talking about a bus on existing roads. So help us understand, please, the $10 million.
So that will take the project to 30% design. This is not conceptual planning. There's engineering work that has to be done, environmental analysis that has to be done, 22 stations that have to be designed, roadway improvements that have to be designed and engineered. So $10 million is a very appropriate amount of money for that level of effort.
Okay. And so is it a bus or is it a trolley?
It's a rapid bus.
Rapid bus. Okay. Thank you. So that was my very first one, and I thank you for that clarification. I'm interested because getting students from the universities to the trolleys and to the coaster at Sorrento Valley is a high priority item, as we've heard from so many of the students here. So I'll address Mayor Kranz's amendment. I wasn't going to, so I've written my notes. And really, I believe this is a question for our attorney, Kirk. The Coastal Commission conditionally approved the bluff stabilization. As we heard from so many here at our board, many in Del Mar objected strongly to seawalls that will complete nearly 2 miles of seawalls on the Del Mar beaches. The Coastal Commission's condition was because of the beach, the sandy beach that will be buried behind the seawalls and covered by riprap. The idea is to protect the toe of the bluff. And what people were asking for is please re-engineer this as much as possible to minimize the seawalls, to minimize the grading, to minimize the riprap, and to use piles as possible up above. And our SANDAG engineers they listened and they responded. And one of the things they did was eliminate from that design the need to decapitate the bluff at 10th Street, and they figured it out. The Coastal Commission was not happy with being brought this bluff stabilization project that will have such a negative impact on 1.5 miles of Del Mar's natural coastal bluff beaches, the beaches down below the bluff that are highly accessible right now. And they stipulated that their condition was bluff access. Now, at the same time, the coastal access study was underway by SANDAG. And what has risen to the top as the most likely access is an underpass underneath the railroad tracks right around 7th Street or so. And that design is underway, outreach happened, and clearly here we have 23.5 million. So I'm a little bit torn whether to support Mayor Kranz's amendment
because my sense is that it will blow out of the water the conditional approval of the Coastal Commission. And that means the bluff stabilization won't start in 2024. That would mean we'd need to slow down the trains as they go along the single track atop the Del Mar Bluff. So I'd be interested in Attorney Kirk's opinion, whether this is even legal, given the conditional approval and the stipulation by the Coastal Commission that SANDAG cover the cost of the bluff access.
The bluff access issue, this was heard by you back in June of 2022. And when it was discussed, there were 3 conditions that the Coastal Commission appears to have placed on moving forward with the Del Mar Bluffs 5 stabilization project. One was the removal of seawalls that allowed that. It mandated the planning, design, environmental review, and construction of 3 projects to provide and improve safe public coastal access, north-south trail on top of the bluffs, a CPUC approved PED rail crossing near 7th or 11th Street, and a beach access way at or between 7th and 11th Street. I don't see in what I have before me, and what I have before me is going back pretty quickly here, but I don't see a mandate about how much it is that SANDAG specifically would contribute toward those projects. Obviously, in the budget that you have before you, the existing budget, it's budgeted at $9 million. That doesn't appear to be envisioning that being full funding for those projects. So I don't see, you asked, is this legal? I don't see it being a question of being legal or illegal. Ultimately, the condition remains that if we're going to move forward with Del Mar Bluffs 5, that those other mitigation measures, not just the PED improvements, but all the mitigation measures have to happen. And so I believe that the impact of that would be other funding sources would need to be identified to be able to effectively complete the mitigation measures in order to be able to move forward with Del Mar Bluffs 5. And I welcome our finance people to maybe address that in more depth if need be.
And let me just add one thing, not from a legal standpoint, Council Member. I don't see anything in Mayor Krantz motion that violates our agreement with the Coastal Commission. I was there at the meeting talking to the coastal staff. Again, like John said, it's a matter of the interpretation and the amount. We're not violating any of that. So I don't see, from a planning standpoint, I don't see anything that Mayor Krantz suggested will violate any of the agreements with the coastal commission.
I will point out that the bluff stabilization is scheduled to go forward in 2024, and that will block beach access and it will bury beach. And the intention of the Coastal Commission, perhaps not in the writing, my understanding, I was also there at that meeting, was to mitigate and to provide access to the beach, not only for people in Del Mar. Del Mar has 3 million visitors to these beaches every year. Most of them are regional and tourists. We count them because we provide the lifeguards to keep all 3 million of those visitors safe. So I will leave that comment there and leave it to the board members. What I heard is, if not paid for here this way now, it must be paid for it at some point. So this will come back and this will be paid for in a timely way at some point by this board. So I'll leave that one there. Now I want to turn to my third question. So there are 2 items that involve a bridge across the San Dieguito River. Right now, this is a, depending on how you look at it, a beautiful old historic trestle bridge that's a single track. It's been there for well over 100 years. And it is slated to be replaced by a double track bridge slightly to the east and taller. And I will point out that the design for this bridge was not done at a time when we even thought, I was being called just a lunatic by Mayor Krantz for believing that we could relocate the railroad tracks off the bluff and that this would actually happen. A few months later, this board, SANDAG, received $300 million to do the design, the environmental studies, and then the rest of the design, including geotechnical analysis, to figure out where to put the railroad tracks. We have about 3 options, more or less, each with slightly different flavors on the table right now. And one of these items, really two of these items, this trestle bridge, if we move forward with funding the current design, what we're funding is a design that has no awareness of the tunnel because we don't know where the tunnel's going to go. So I want to give an example. Freight is not going away. That's what we've heard. Military freight is used on this bridge. I've had photographs of military use sent to me by Del Mar residents saying, look at this. There are tanks on the railroad track. Freight means a 2% grade is the most grade we can possibly have anywhere along the corridor for the freight. So what is a 2% grade? It means that 100 feet horizontal, you can go down 2 feet. That's it. Well, over a mile, over a horizontal mile, we can go down 105 feet. It's 1.1 miles from the Amtrak station in Solana Beach to the banks of the San Diego River. That's 115 feet of potential down. If we measure feet above sea level at the surface above the trench in Solana Beach, it's 72 feet above sea level. Eyeballing it, the trench is at least 30 feet deep, which means that we have about 75 feet, maybe 80 or 90 leeway to get under the river on the fairgrounds side. And a yes vote here may well simply preclude that. We'd be building a bridge, possibly in the wrong place, possibly too high, to be too tall. It's another 9 feet tall, is another 450 feet that the railroad tracks are not lowered down into a trench. If our goal is to get under Jimmy Durante Boulevard at the south end so that it's underground by the time it reaches the boulevard, this bridge needs some redesign. And if our goal is to get down into a trench early on the fairgrounds, into a tunnel, under the fairgrounds and under the river, then this bridge is irrelevant. So what I would propose is an amendment to your amendment that we postpone at least for 1 year, the TIRCP Trestles Bridge item, that's 94.675 million and 5.325 million, that's 100 million total, that we simply postpone that. And under the STIP, we have another 62 million. That's 162 million for this bridge right now. So I would ask this body to consider that. I don't know if I can make an amendment on top of your amendment. You can't do a substitute motion on top of a substitute motion, but perhaps I could add to your amendment that this $162 million be postponed until the environmental studies are done and we know where we're putting a tunnel.
Well, first I will say that I don't support the amendment. I appreciate you making that argument and understand where you're coming from. The other thing I would like to do is correct the record. I have had the opportunity to serve for quite some time with Councilmember Gasterlin as a board member of NCTD, and we've had some vigorous debate about issues regarding the train and the railroad corridor through Del Mar, but I've never called her a lunatic.
Well, yeah, I was trying to remember
So
the word that you called
maybe
me.
we're paraphrasing or something.
I retract
No,
lunatic.
I try to keep it, as civil as possible. So I appreciate all that you do to advocate for your community, and but at the same time, I am not interested in amending my motion.
Just and I'd like Sharon Humphrey to answer. I think, council member, I think there is something you need to be aware of with the board is the deadline for the TCRIP funding. So I don't think and I'll let Sharon tell me if I'm wrong or right. I don't think what you're suggesting is possible and keep the funding going. Sharon, go ahead.
Before Susan addresses the deadline for the TIRCP funding, I would like to emphasize the urgency of the bridge replacement at San Diego. It was built in 1919 and it has marine bores, and NCTD maintenance crews have been bandaging the piles for decades. It is the most urgent piece of infrastructure. It is the most fragile piece of infrastructure that needs to be replaced. And with that, I'll pass it to Susan.
Yeah, so I just wanted to add that the funds for that project are the TIRCP competitive grant. There are requirements in terms of timely use of those funds. So we do want to move forward. That's $100 million coming for the final design and construction of that project.
In addition, correct me if I'm wrong, we're also awaiting a decision by the Federal Rail Administration on $140 million grant to fully fund that. So it's more critical than just waiting or moving.
So I'm hearing a lot of pushback to spend $330 million on a bridge that may only be useful for a few years.
Councilmember. All right, Mayor Jones.
Thank you, Chair. So I would like to clarify one thing starting out. So nearly all of our staff members are extremely hardworking and ethical. And maybe my word corrupt was a little bit harsh and I wasn't, and you know, I actually had a very long discussion with Susan the other day, which was lovely. And thank you. But I do feel that there is collusion. I definitely stand with that. You know, one of the things that I would like to bring up is that the reason that we're having this discussion, that we have Transnet funds. So Transnet funds are the reason that we actually get any of these other funds as matching funds. And that starts with the citizens of San Diego County. The Transnet program was originally approved, or the last iteration was back in 2004. 2004, we have actually projects on here and the 52 is actually going to be completed. And this is not construction. This is actual just design and through design and environmental and the design. So the 52, that's part of Transnet. But then we also have the 67, the I-15 State Route 78 HOV connectors, and then the State Route 78 I-5 express connectors. Those are actually the I-5 in particular are going all the way out until 2930 for that to be just through design. And when you have other projects that are moved up ahead of these projects, I think that's an insult to San Diego County residents. I think that, you know, we're saying to them, you voted on something, you have decided that you would like to tax yourself to pay for these programs and these projects. And we're telling them, but we're going to put some things right in front of it. We've decided that that is more important to us. I have an issue with that. So, and I do want to mention, there's been a lot of speakers here today about the transit pilot project, and I know that's one of your pet projects, Chair. I actually really do support that too, because I think the success of our youth is really important, and keeping them out and working and getting to the places that they need to go is also very important. And then I also wanted to speak about the bike projects, and I know that we have not actually completed the design on all of them. I actually have brought this up numerous times. I want to make sure that we're putting in the infrastructure that actually works for folks. I know that some people don't like those bike paths that have the curb because they oftentimes cause crashes. I know there was something in Encinitas. I think the kid actually was propelled into the lane of the road, which is very concerning to me. So I hope we're fully vetting the types of lanes that we're putting in, because that is really important for us to keep people safe. I don't really have a problem with the bike lanes in particular. I do have an issue that not all of them are in North County. In fact, just one of them, and it's a 1 mile stretch. And that is on through Vista at the Inland Rail Trail, which it will be helpful to have that all completed. Another thing is I have brought up numerous times that and it's actually in one of the auditor's reports, and I was looking for it on my phone and I wasn't able to locate it. But one of the things that has come up in the audit report numerous times is that we have never decided how the Transnet projects correlate to the 21 update or the 21 plan. And so I think it's important that we do end up taking some votes on this, because if the taxpayers of San Diego County are going to have projects actually eliminated, they need to know moving forward, is this what we are going to do as an agency? We are going to ignore the things that they voted on. We're going to ignore all of the ways that they have articulated to us what's important to them. And I think we need to do that. So looking at in totality all of this, and again, thank you, Susan, for going through all of this. Though I'm not sure how this happened, but I had asked, I said, hey, listen, I'm slammed on Thursday. I really need to. And by the way, I had my meeting at 11 a.m. on Monday. Colleen was actually on that call as well. I said, hey, it would be great and helpful if I could get some of these answers to my questions prior to Thursday, because I am slammed on Thursday. That didn't sadly happen. I don't know how that didn't work out. But the phasing of all of this, some of them, I think they're fine. I'm happy with the bike projects. Again, would like to see more in North County. And then there are some things that I am just thinking are jumping to the front of the line before those Transnet projects. I personally would like to figure out how we would have the 52, which already is happening, and the 67, the I-15, 78 HOB connectors, the 78 I-5 connectors, all completed through design by 2026. That still is 22 years after people have voted to tax themselves. We can't undo that, but I feel like if there's a way to figure that out, and I would like to hear the feedback from the rest of the board, if there's a way to do that, I think that would be good, because I think, again, figuring out how we keep our promises to the community, to the reason that we have this extra money, the original Transnet dollars, and then have those matching dollars to come forward as well. I personally would be fine having another extra meeting if we need to get it right. But I think that we need to stop ignoring what's happening with our residents that have voted to tax themselves, and tell them, well, we'll just push that out to 28 on design only and not even the construction, or 29 and 30. I think that is a problem for me, and I don't think that we should be doing that to our taxpayers that are paying the Transnet monies. So anyway, again, thank you for your time allowing me to speak, Chair. I appreciate it. And I'm sorry for the contention a little bit earlier. I'm just trying to figure out how it is that we have, one staff member, let me just put it that way, contacting board members. So anyway, thank you very much.
All right, Mayor Wells.
My questions were about the people mover, but did you want to deal with your substitute motions and all that first?
No, sir, I have a list. I'm going through the list. Go ahead.
You want me to do that now?
Yeah.
Okay, I got a few questions. How and when do we vote for the people mover as part of a regional plan? This budget amendment moves additional millions of dollars, now amounting to $70 million, onto a project that is not defined in the approved regional plan. So that's my first question.
Ryan Kohat, Director of Strategic Projects. The airport transit connector is in the 2021 regional plan. It's on Appendix A, page 19. It's the airport transit connection, part of the greater CMH airport transit connection effort.
So we voted this as part of a larger, more comprehensive plan.
Originally, the project came from the work of a subcommittee of this board back in 2018-19, the Airport Connectivity Subcommittee, which studied the longstanding question of how to connect the airport to the regional transit system. That subcommittee made recommendations to this board, and the board adopted those recommendations and created that project in our CIP. And then that effort has been encapsulated within the plan.
Okay, but we didn't vote specifically for the people mover plan. It was part of a bigger plan.
The board did vote to create a capital project to study and begin the preliminary engineering of an airport connection back in 2019. And then, that need has been in the plan, I think originally since 2015 in that plan, and it's been carried forward since.
All right, thank you for that. First off, I want to thank Ray and Victoria for the briefing the other day. It was very helpful. During that briefing, Victoria mentioned the sales tax measure would have to be passed to afford to build the rest of the people mover project. So why are we investing so much money in this when there's no sales tax measure proposed at this time? Shouldn't we approve a sales tax measure before we start funding these projects?
Before the board today is funding to take the airport transit connection into environmental, to take the concepts that we've studied, study a subset of those further and provide, a set of recommendations to this board as to how it can invest in a, shovel-ready project to build that connection. That's what we're talking about today.
How much of the 70 million has been spent so far?
Originally in 2019, this board appropriated $40 million to study this project. We're still within that budget. Right now, we're asking the board to authorize additional money so we can take that effort further and to, create an environmental document for a project.
And last question is, do we have a consultant or project manager involved with this project?
I am overseeing the project. We have a consultant team that is assisting us in developing the project and creating the technical studies that underpin where we're going.
Does the company HNTB have anything to do with this?
They're one of the consultants in that team, yes.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Huebner.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm glad to hear that the airport connector was brought up because I think that's a really important project for our region. As Ryan just described, this has been on the work plan and the radar of this board for quite some time. And what this money will do is it will allow us to vote on a specific location, on a specific route, and a specific method of transportation, because this is sort of the environmental and the design. Without this connector to the airport, via any form of transit, we'll be seeing increased congestion on the roads that are surrounding the airport, which I'm sure none of our constituents really want to see, whether they take their car or whether they decide to take whatever this board ultimately decides after we have the information provided to us that this money will allow us to provide to us. So I don't think any of our constituents want to get to the airport late because they're in congestion. This is our opportunity to do smart planning for our entire region. And in fact, SANDAG has been successful because we've had shovel-ready projects. So we plan our projects, we go through the environmental and the design, and we may not have the money for them, but when we do have the money, we're ready to go. And that's why I think that this is a really important piece of this entire amendment that we vote forward for it. I mean, no matter where we live, even those of us here in North County that are around the board here, I know that many of us are going to find ourselves at the San Diego airport sometime. It would be really, really nice to have an option other than the car as well as the transit that we're hoping to see. I too would have liked to have seen the I-578 connector advanced. To me, that is a really project, and it's been on our radar for quite a long time. It's a stupid thing that we have to get off the freeway, stop at a light, and then make a left-hand turn onto the freeway. So I asked staff about it, and I found out that it's a really complicated project because where it's located, it's right near a lagoon. And so I would, echo the hot thoughts of moving it up forward as soon as we possibly can. But I'm not sure we can, and perhaps Caltrans might have something to say about that. But voting no on this whole amendment because of maybe a couple things in it that you don't want is really not, thinking of the bigger picture of our entire job here and the entire region. I'm appreciative of seeing the SR 67 in because that improvement, it's always worried me, the safety of that road, especially for evacuation. I'm really pleased to see money for flexible fleets. Happy to see lowering the tracks in Carlsbad. You know, many of us in North County go through each other's cities and we're delayed by what, the arms coming down. The Delmar Path is a good thing. The Encinitas CRT and the Carlsbads, that's what's proposed. I think that's great. Purple Line. And I also point out that there is nothing in here in Solana Beach. Not one project is in Solana Beach, although I hope to fix that pretty soon. So anyway, I am very much in support of the motion that is on the floor that was seconded, and think that this is a really extremely important thing that we're voting on today because we are taking in $643 million, and that is allowing us to move people through our region in a variety of ways, in a variety of projects, in every single corner. I mean, this piece is really impressive, and it shows how many projects, with the exception of Imperial Beach, Coronado, and Solana Beach, that are being advanced with this. And I wanted to express my support for him on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you for the motion. Councilmember Burkholder.
So, yeah, my substitute motion is to change the fiscal year delivery of the 67, the 15 State Route 78 HOV connectors, and the State Route 78 I-5 lane connectors to have the environmental design done by 2026. The reason for that is the 2004 Transnet Major Corridor projects should be kept as a promise to all San Diegans, and they should be prioritized before projects that were added later. This would change the timing of program projects 12, 13, and 14, the CMH Airport Transit Connection, and the downtown multi-use bus stopover facility, pushing out their delivery years, not eliminating them. This is an equitable solution since these newer projects would still be delivered while we're respecting San Diego County taxpayers by prioritizing projects we promised them literally decades ago. These projects will be designed as a regional approach. I'd also like to direct staff to bring back the fiscal year allocation schedule for program projects 12, 13, and 14, the Central Mobility Hub Airport Transit Connection, and the downtown multi-use bus stopover facility for board approval. Thank you.
I would have second, but I'd like to ask for a slight amendment, perhaps for both of you, to add that new project number 29 be postponed for 2 years while we study the railroad relocation tunnel as a friendly amendment request. Okay, so it's accepted and accepted by our second?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I want to find out from staff, can you please explain how this would impact the reason why the way you presented this to the
Absolutely.
board?
There's a couple things that I'll mention, and as I talked about in my speaking points, project readiness is a key criteria for how we allocate these funds. So I might have Sharon or our Caltrans folks help us understand. Oh, Gustavo, thank you. For another month. Understand the project's readiness that has been discussed for the 78 and others.
Because I want to make sure that there's not this sort of like, I feel like the question keeps being asked and it feels like there's sort of this sense that, oh, we're just prioritizing this because we want to do this and we're not wanting to do this for people. But staff, based on your expertise, is making these recommendations to us based on very clear guidelines. So am I correct when I'm saying that? So can you explain this to the board, please? Because I want to make sure that we are not creating some sort of Someone help me here, because I'm sorry? Yes, yes.
Let me try to, I agree completely, Chairwoman, and I'll let Gustavo answer. The reason for the dates you see in the documents you received is not to delay a project or put a project as more important than others. It is simply because of the way the funding comes in, the way the work that our Department of Transportation and we do. So what Council Member you're outlining does not take into account any of that. And with that, I'll let Gustavo continue.
Yeah, Gustavo, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Vargas. So maybe I'll take a quick step back and thanks Susan and the rest of the team for presenting this item. Because like she mentioned in one of her slides, this was a collaboration between Caltrans and SANDAG. And that collaboration included all of our staff, our corridor directors, our project managers, looking at each project that is in here and projects that are not here. And looking at, are we being consistent with state and federal law and policies? Are we being consistent with the Transnet measure? Are we being consistent with the RTP that you all approved? Are we being consistent with the comprehensive multimodal corridor plans that we completed, receiving huge input from the public? And I think the fact that we have a lot of support for the public on what staff presented is a reflection that we're being consistent with what we heard. With respect to the timing, and as part of the state laws and federal laws, we have to follow CEQA and NEPA. Some of the projects that were mentioned, including 67, 1578, 578, 78, all of these projects are very complex, have huge environmental impacts, and require the highest level document under CEQA and NEPA, which is an EIR and an EIS. An environmental impact report and environmental impact statement, both at the state and federal level. These documents take years to develop because you have to do numerous studies that sometimes take years to complete. So it does not matter how much money you throw at it, it's a reality that you can't complete these documents before a number of years elapse. So what staff did when they looked at all this availability of state, federal, and local funding is they try to match what are the projects that are in all of these plans that you approved and that the voters approved, and how can we keep moving them forward? So we are committed to delivering 52, 67, 78, 1578, 578, and the 78 managed lanes. And we're working as fast as we can, but throwing more money at it will not deliver these projects earlier. So what we're doing is aligning the money that is available now with the phases that need to be funded and making sure that those phases can be fully funded so that eventually we are competitive for a lot of federal programs and state programs under SB1, under the Investments and Jobs Act. There are huge opportunities there, but if we don't get these projects ready and we don't finish the phases that we have right now, then it doesn't help us to park money for the future. So I hope that I answered your question. And again, I want to thank staff, both at SANDAG and Caltrans, for putting together this plan.
And just to add to what Gustavo said, Council Member, there is always the thinking that if we want to go for funding, that eventually by the end of the TIP period, 5 years, that we're going to complete the work at hand. And to complete the work at hand, we have to follow the guidelines and what Gustavo just outlined, how many years it takes for each project. So I wish it's that simple to say, move this project before that. Secondly, I know many of you mentioned, and there is out of the 640 some millions, there is about $92 million of Transnet. The rest of the money is federal and state and comes with a lot of requirements that we have to meet and coordinate with, not only with our local district, but with the State California Transportation Commission and others. So unfortunately, the schedule laid out, the staff laid out to you is a schedule based on a lot of technical requirement that we have to meet. And it's not just simply by changing years. Have we had all $637 million, all Transnet money? Things would be a bit different.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Gustavo, too, and definitely thank you, staff. I'm sure that you all can understand that I have to continue to advocate for something that's been on the books for over 20 years. So, and to note, we are not changing any funding or anything like that. We were just trying to, or I was just, the city of Carlsbad is just trying to forward the project to get ready, as you say, so when the money is there, we can grab it. And perhaps this speaks to the prioritization of projects. And perhaps we as a body should be voting on that so that staff could focus their attention to what our priorities are. Not that you don't, but I just think that in the board, great, a bike lane, a $4 million 1 mile bike lane in North County, but we've been waiting for years and years and years for these things to happen. And just yesterday at a PTA meeting at one of the high schools in Carlsbad, the parents were saying, you know why we're always late? Because we have to go through the 78. It is a disaster. And I love you guys. I'm going to continue to advocate for what's going to happen. I'm not finished, excuse me, Chair. I also wanted to address that you seem to sort of put a doubt in the room that I think there's some funny business going on.
No. What I was going to actually say to you is that I think that it's not either or. I think the way the budgeting process works and how projects get funded is that if it was black and white or white, right? And that the way the federal government works, right? Like, so Tijuana River Valley is a perfect example. We've been trying to get funding to fix the Tijuana River Valley for 20, 30 years. We had $300 million that came from Congress. This is just a perfect example of this. About 5, 6 years ago, it was on hold. We got another $50 million 3 months ago from the governor. I got 20 million from the state government for another project. I got 10 million the other day. Just yesterday, Congressman Peters approved another $300 million. So the problem is that the money doesn't come in one bucket. The money comes in different buckets for different projects. And I think that is the biggest challenges that we have a county that is supporting 3.3 million people. We have 18 cities and unincorporated areas. And so we have to create a plan to create mobile opportunities for 3.3 million people. And so we have experts here who are helping us. And then we have a democratic process where we ask our communities and say, what are your priorities? And those communities tell us, these are our priorities. And then we have government bodies that have to create those priorities with government bodies' priorities where the funding priorities come. And we have to somehow mesh all those priorities together and identifying them, come here and say, all right, if there's pockets of money coming from here to here, where could we have some synergy so that we can move some of those forward? Not saying that these other projects won't happen, right? And I understand that you may not appreciate what I'm saying, but I just want to make sure that everybody understands that if we had buckets and buckets of millions of dollars coming, every one of these projects would be priorities right now, absolutely, but they're not. And so if the monies are coming and they're monies that are coming specifically for these particular initiatives, then we have to have them and the project ready, then we need to fund them. And that's why my question was, and I never said, and for the record, I haven't said that there's any shenanigans. What I'm saying is, I want to make sure people understand that there's no one sitting here saying, let's make sure that we prioritize these projects or those projects. The staff very objectively are coming to us explaining that this is where the money needs to go based on the request from funding that's coming from the federal state government that they need to disperse in a short amount of time, which is why they had meetings with each one of you to be able to go through that process. Mayor Minto.
Well, thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. And I am familiar with the process. I just wanted to put that out there that I'm not a conspiracy person. I don't think you guys are not going to do these projects. They're clearly in the books, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to put a little perspective on it and kind of go the same way Gustavo was talking about this, because we've been, tied up with this Highway 52 redesign and whatnot for, I think, over 4 years now. And we actually have a private organization who is doing a lot of funding, design, and environmental on it. And what we have learned is that even though SANDAG gets money, it's not always restricted to certain projects. The only way that you can really restrict money to certain projects is by grants or earmarks. And so that's what we've been doing. And so in SANDAG and other agencies, they do not build freeways. They don't build state routes. They don't correct state routes. That's the job of Caltrans. Caltrans builds and maintains our state freeways and routes. Am I correct on that? Okay, thank you. So regardless of how much money you have, if in the bank, if Caltrans doesn't approve a project or that project is not in your timing queue, doesn't get done, period. And but what it makes me say is that we have to maybe do as much or more to advocate to move the projects from the state level. And that's Department of Transportation, Caltrans, all that. So, and I know that's above your pay grade in many cases. And, but I think I'm trying to say though, is as much as we like to do 78, 67, and everything today, if Caltrans doesn't have it in their, on their schedule, it's not going to get done. But that's why if we do this environmental that's put in, these documents today, then we can be ready for when Caltrans is going to pull the trigger on doing the work. And that's what's important. I think overall, we have been promising for 22 years to get things done. And for whatever reason, for the last, let's say 18 years, things have been moved around, haven't been maybe advocated for in the right way. So now in the last 4 years, we've been really advocating very hard and, pounding away at you and your staff, Hassan, to get things done. And this is extra money that we're talking about STIP. And for you to take the STIP money and put it into those projects we've been beating you up about for all these years, I think is a great thing to do. Does it get us to where exactly we want to be? No, but is it getting us closer to where we want to be? I certainly hope so.
Mayor Minto, I would just I totally agree. But I also want to assure you on this board that the relationship between SANDAG and District 11 is the best in the state of California. And actually the reason for, and Gustavo's comments alluded to that, we coordinate a lot on this document is exactly to do what you want. I agree with you. We've been talking about the 52 for a while, and you and I have this discussion. It is time to move it, but move it in a way that's going to be done as opposed to just say, let us move it. And we're doing exactly what you said with the Department of Transportation, our local district here.
And my expectation is that we do that with every other project that's being talked about also.
Thank you, Chair Vargas. I want to go back to the people mover for a second. Well, first I want to say, staff, thank you for taking the time for briefings and the individual conversations. I know it helps me work out some issues. But I do have some specific questions about the people mover. And it's just, for me, it's a priority of projects in our city. I mean, our HOV lanes that were stopped in Carlsbad all the way through from 78 to 76, environmental's done. We can go to design immediately and get it finished. And I mean, that's a huge, it really impacts our drivers on a daily basis. But so for the airport mobility hub, you said earlier in 2019, it was approved by the board, correct?
In 2019, the board heard a report from the Airport Connectivity Subcommittee that made recommendations to pursue an airport transit connection along with a central mobility hub. and adopted those recommendations, yes.
Were there but four different kind of options at that, right? What were the first two options?
It was looking at people movers, an extension of the trolley, and then, looking at various opportunities for a central mobility hub as well.
Okay, so the first two, if you remember, are NAVWAR, right, with a central mobility hub. Is that correct?
That was one of the opportunities that the subcommittee recommended we take a look at, yes.
Okay. And that's, and so I want to echo Mayor Heber's point. I think a successful, well-designed mobility hub with a people mover that had parking and could integrate all of that, get people to the airport and reduce that congestion would be great. But I think this is where I got concerned as I'm going over from the information I got. 2019 on the 27th of September, that's what was presented to the board and approved with NAVWAR, and that fantastic, I would have voted for it, that fantastic mobility hub with a people mover. Is that's our last time we had an action item on that, correct?
The board accepted the recommendations of the subcommittee to look at those opportunities and then created a capital project and funded it to begin planning, preliminary engineering, and really, diligence those opportunities to see, what project we could develop from that.
Okay, so, and that's what, but between, so 2019, the next time the board got an update was in, I think, May 2022.
Yeah, there was an update in May, there was another one in July, and then one more recently, yes.
Can you tell what transpired and changed between 2019 and 2022?
We began working with the Navy, trying to figure out if we could, make it work with a mobility hub and airport connection on their property. We had a lot of good interaction with them. We, diligenced that. We couldn't make the lines cross. We couldn't make it work. But from that effort, we had initiated an environmental process, solicited public feedback, and, pursuant to CEQA, started looking at those opportunities to see if they were, superior to what we started with, which is what CEQA anticipates, with a project like this.
Okay, but it's accurate to say that it hasn't come before staff or before the board for a decision since the 2019 meeting, correct?
There was a funding action.
That was the same meeting as the second item for the initial $40 million.
There was a vote at that funding action as well.
Correct. So this is my concern. Where is the Central Mobility Hub now?
Right now, we're before this board, we're talking about additional funding to advance the airport connection piece of that, which we have done considerable work trying to find a feasible, realistic project that we think can really, create that long-standing transit connection to the airport. And then, the second phase, and one that is being studied at a planning study right now, is given the opportunities for the transit connection, where could we put a mobility hub if that's something this board wants to do?
Okay, so but essentially what you're saying is we don't have a mobility hub right now. So, and I guess that's my concern. So the board in 2019 approved an options with NAVWAR mobility hub, which is, like I said, I would have been supportive of it as well. Now it's moved to board asking for $30-something million, and that's gone, hasn't come back to the board to take any kind of action on. And it's a whole different project now. And for my staff in the city, if we saw a project change that much and we're going to ask for another 32 million, it would be nice for policymakers to weigh in and say, is this still, is Santa Fe Depot an acceptable option instead of the NAVWAR that the decision makers made in 2019? So the project's changed so drastically in that time. I really feel it needs to come back. So when I saw this on here, and I was patient. So last month or the month before, we had an information only item. Correct?
July 28th, we appeared before the board to present, airport transit connection concepts to this board, yes.
And I think that would have been a good time to have an action item and say, do we want to pursue this without NAV, or do we want to pursue it without a mobility hub? Because we don't even have the option, from what I understand, of having a mobility hub in the city of San Diego. We don't have an agreement with them. And so that's my challenge is this Santa Fe Depot going to be successful? Is it going to be something, because we're going to commit ourselves to 75 million, which is then could grow to billions for maybe a project that might need to be, it's significantly different than the last time board approved it. So those are my comments for that. And I think when I see our issues in North County, that have pushed off 20 years, and we have projects through environmental, but then we're making this a priority and, allocating 32 million. It's concerning to me. Again, I'm not trying to, I don't want to blow up the whole amendment, but I really want to refocus our priorities on what Transnet and our voters. North County was instrumental, from what I understand, in 2004 from getting Transnet passed, and they voted for it. My voters in my city voted for it because we had those projects, 78, I-5, the carpool lanes. And so I have to come up here and fight, and come down here and fight and deliver it. So that's my challenges. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, I let you go ahead and speak up because we had a substitute motion, but then the council member went to the, I think somewhere, and I didn't want to vote without her being, because then I think that would have been inappropriate and rude. So she made a substitute motion and it was second. And so we were able to have a discussion, but I heard loud and clear from staff and from Gustavo that this is an infeasible motion that would, I heard you say that this is not something that could be done, but it is a motion that's on the floor. So I'm going to go ahead and ask my colleagues to vote. And so the motion is before us. So this is a substitute motion, and it's a motion that I'm not supporting.
Can I, Chairwoman, can I please ask the maker of the substitute motion to confirm that what was on the slide is appropriate to what the motion was?
It is, but if you could put it back up, thank you.
Can you clear this?
Through the chair. Through the chair, I actually pushed the button to speak, but didn't have the opportunity, wasn't called upon.
Oh, you wanted to speak on the substitute motion?
Yes, I
Go
did.
ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. As chair of both NCTD and the LoSAN agency, I just wanted to take a moment to echo Sharon Humphrey's earlier comments regarding the shovel-ready and TIRCP funded 100-year-old San Diego Lagoon events, Lagoon Bridge, double track, and the long-awaited special events platform, and the Del Mar Bluffs 5 and 6. These are critical state of good repair projects. As Mayor Minto pointed out, funding such as this TIRP funding may only be used for the purpose the grant was approved for. So for that reason, I oppose, or NCTD opposes, the substitute motion. Thank you.
All right, please vote.
And that motion does not pass.
Okay, so we put the other motion that was on the floor back up, and then we have, I think I have Councilmember Chu.
Thank you, Chair. I want to start out by saying we really should be celebrating. There's more money on the table sooner than we had thought before. We're amending our previous RTIP with $643 million up to 2027. So we should be celebrating, irregardless of whether your projects or the projects you're interested in are getting funded or not. Our region is benefiting greatly with additional funding. So I hope we walk out celebrating irregardless of what happens today. I want to also thank Laura Klein and all the other people that testified on this item today. Thank you for taking the time to come here and express your concerns and what you're advocating for. And with regards to Laura Klein's comment, I want her to know that I rode on Persian Drive this morning on the way to SANDAG. And I rode on a protected bike lane that's still under construction. And more importantly, there was an intersection that just got improved. I had been riding to SANDAG for a while, and I just noticed that a new improvement was made. Of course, this isn't the funding that's coming, but I want to explain to everyone, this is something I don't explain to my wife because she wouldn't let me ride again. But as I ride to SANDAG and I take Persian Drive, there's two intersections in which I have to cross traffic with cars coming across me as they get on the freeway. And I'm not good at turning around and looking very well. So I'm relying on drivers to see me, and I do everything I can to do that. But now there's green painted lines. not the best thing, but at least there's some green painted lines showing that I'm on a bike lane and that drivers can look out for me. And indeed, when that's there, I have a better assurance that they're going to give me some space and I have a chance to make the lane change I need so I don't get run over. So I just want to express that to all of you to tell you that the things that we're working on do matter. As we deal with these projects, I try to look at it from a regional perspective. It is so tempting for me to just look at which project is in La Mesa. And I'm sorry, some of you may have projects not in your city in this list. But we have to put on our regional hats. The projects that were listed in Transnet 20-some years ago were not promised. Those who had anticipated projects we might be able to fund if Transnet passed. That's the way it was presented. That certainly should be the way it should have been presented to folks. And I remember not that long ago, Gary Gallego saying here, there's no more money left in Transnet. We can't fund any more projects. Because we had inflated what that could be done. Well, luckily we have some other funding in Transnet and we get to distribute some of that now. And lastly, we know paint is cheaper than pavement. So I'm a little dismayed that we're continuing with more pavement when we have huge goals to reduce vehicle miles traveled. The goal now is 25% VMT reduction per capita by 2030. And I know those of you who like old goals want to stick to the old goals. That's the new goal. You know, if I was taking a class in college and the professor said, well, this is the goal we had when you entered the class, but this is what you really need to do to graduate, I'm going to go with the new goals. That's a difficult goal to meet. It's going to be a challenge that I don't think Hassan would want to take on. It is a tough challenge, but that's what we have. So I have some quick questions of staff. Well, first of all, I also want to thank staff for answering questions and then giving it to us as late as, yesterday afternoon. That's okay. It was late night reading. So thank you for providing answers to all of our questions and providing it to all of our board members. What would be helpful to me is if I get a quick sense of if we have to reduce these greenhouse gas emissions of the projects listed, which are increasing greenhouse gas emissions or VMT, and which may be VMT neutral and which are going to help reduce vehicle miles traveled. So Susan, one of you can maybe answer whether or not that's possible in future listings.
Thank you, Councilmember Xu. We don't do a project by project VMT and GHG analysis. Generally speaking, projects that increase roadway capacity have an impact on VMT and increase VMT. There are a number of projects in here, though, that are planning for transit, lots of rapid projects, rail, the YOP program that incentivizes transit, and those reduce VMT.
Right, but these are projects within RTP, so they were calculated in modeling for greenhouse gas emissions at some point.
At the regional level, not on a project by project basis.
Great, but in general, if they're going to increase a lane, that's going to increase VMT. And one of the answers to your questions is, well, the projects that we increase VMT is hopefully going to be mitigated by other transit projects elsewhere in the region.
That is correct.
Thank you. And I want to move along. So our board also passed a resolution to address health impacts. And I know this is a new criteria for SANDAG, and I hope in the future that we can tag these projects as whether or not they're going to increase health impacts, health impact neutral, or reduce health impacts. And I know that's still in the works, so I won't press you for any answers to that. But what I'm hoping for is when we have a table of projects, like we have in attachment 1, that we have some kind of indicator where we are with these projects. Which ones are going to hurt our population in terms of health impacts? Which ones are going to help? And as we do that and we look at where they are in our region, whether or not they're in our cities that would help. And as we work toward that, I'm hoping that we're going to be more inclusive because as we saw in the these are the particulate matter map that includes cities all over. It's going to include Coronado. It's going to include San Marcos. It's going to include Encinitas, Carlsbad. It's going to include La Mesa and El Cajon. So I hope we can work towards that kind of end. So we do work towards improving our health that is so much impacted by our transportation plan. And I think as we move forward, I'm going to support the amendment that's, or the motion that's on the table, because sometimes we have so much attention given to one city and one area, and not enough in the bigger picture. So I'm happy, or I'm glad that Mayor Kranz pointed out some history in terms of the bigger picture, in terms of dealing with the transportation needs of our whole area and some of the history. So in my understanding, the city of Encinitas actually use some of its city funds to help a project to make sure it would work. If the city of Del Mar is so interested about coastal access, maybe $9 million can come from the city of Del Mar to make that happen. The city of La Mesa has funded projects that help deal with the impacts of our major freeways that go crisscross our city. Every city should be providing some of that assistance, not rely just on other funding from the state, federal, or Transnet. So I think that's where we can put our values down from each of our cities to make things work within our cities. So anyway, that's the end of my comments. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Fisher.
Thanks, Chair. I'll be really quick. I want to thank my colleagues and, for what an energetic, engaged discussion we've had. The irony is that, sometimes we're faced with making quick decisions on things that are going to take forever. We also are faced sometimes with being the amateurs or directing the professionals who are our staff. It's a hard thing to do. And, when I hear about leapfrogging timelines and projects, I can't even imagine what that would do to our current timelines and our projects. Staff would have to reshuffle the deck every time we got a new board, which would probably be every 2 years. I don't think anything would ever get done. But I really do appreciate everybody's engagement and involvement, and hope that we can accept this, because the truth of it is that the budget helps our entire region. We may not like the project, we may not think they're needed, but they add to our economy. If you don't think there's anybody in your region or in your city that's not being helped by the monies that flow in from these types of funding sources, I think we should probably look a little bit closer, because I'm sure they are. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to request that we call the question, please.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
That motion passes with 12 yeses.
All right, well, the good news is that to all the constituents in the county of San Diego, all 3.3 million need to know that despite some folks not voting for this, everyone wins, no matter where you live. All right, next item on the agenda, item 13 is the purchase cards audit review results. I'm going to turn it over to Mary.
Thank you, Chair. Just a brief thing from me, and then I'll let my staff discuss the findings. I'm happy to say that there are only 2 findings in this audit. And what this shows is we've moved into the continuous auditing process now. We took deep dives. We went through that for the last 5 years, have been working with management to increase system controls, better policies and procedures, and the results have paid off. This audit is a continuous audit. It's on the purchase card, and we have 2 findings, and these findings are really not major or material. They're more of a reminder, and additional improvements could be made. But I'm really happy with the results, and the results really show that SANDAG management through the audit process has stepped up, really brought improvements. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Lloyd and Mike Ryan. Mike was the auditor in charge of this audit. So Mike, please just take it away.
All right, thank you, Mary. And can we move to the second slide, please? Oh, where? Oh, right there. Can you hand it to me? Thank you, that's nice. All right, so this was the continuous auditing of the operational process and system control review of purchase cards. The auditors brought the original purchase card audit, I believe, October of 21. So this is a continuation of that and seeing what's happened since. Wait, where do I, oh, right here. So auditors, the OIPA reviewed purchase card transactions for the period from March 1st, 2022 through April 22nd of this year. And our objectives were to ensure that staff were adhering to the new purchase card policy that came in effect on July 1st, 2022, ensure all corrective actions that were agreed to as part of the previous purchase card audit were enacted and being adhered to, and to apply tests and perform procedures to verify that there was processes to track supporting documentation and that there were proper system controls in place. So the first finding was that requirements of the current purchase card policy are not always followed. So auditors reviewed 153 transactions out of a possible 1,174 since the new policy became into effect. And auditors noted that 6 transactions did not include an explanation for a transaction occurring on a weekend or holiday. 1 transaction did not include the purpose or need for it. There were 2 transactions that were auto renewals of subscription fees. And lastly, there were 4 transactions that were for online or hosted software services that were not part of a purchase or of an issued purchase order. There were 4 recommendations for staff. The first was to ensure that all P card holders and all officials and everyone involved with the P card program are thoroughly trained on the policy, including awareness of the issues noted in the finding, and that training should include examples of those issues, such as a weekend transaction not including an explanation. And the second was to review all professional memberships and monthly and annual subscription fees to make sure they are set to not automatically renew. Create an easily accessible FAQ document to address the most common questions and errors received from finance, and to update either or both the micro purchase policy and P card policy to ensure that they align in regard to the required purchase orders for online or hosted softwares. The second finding was there was a use of federal funds to pay for food at a groundbreaking event. In August of this past year, auditors noticed there was a transaction for just over $2,000 for food supplied at a groundbreaking event, and that was paid for by use of federal funds. So the OAPA is recommending that staff, if federal and state funds are used for hospitality and events, staff should ensure that the funding sources used for payments are in compliance with the relevant laws. Provide training to card holders, project managers, and finance staff, and anyone else who's relevant on the hospitality and events policy. And lastly, when staff is uncertain of the allowability of using certain funds, they should perform due diligence by verifying the allowability and/or seeking approval with a federal oversight funding agency who have a better understanding of the Code of Federal Regulations. There was a difference in interpretation of the criteria listed in finding 2 between management and auditors that is explained in more detail in the audit report in the attached management response and auditor response. So management believes that it relied on credible resources in determination of allowability. Auditors are responding that states that based on CFR, the funding agency stated that based on the Code of Federal Regulations 200.421, it appeared that the costs were eligible, and determinations from pass-through funding agencies should have been requested prior to the fund use, not during or after the audit. And the CFR 200.421 states that unallowable public relations costs include costs of meetings, conventions, convocations, et cetera. And CFR 200.432, which we put in the audit, defines conferences and the types of costs inclusive of a conference. And since CFR 200.431 and 0.432 list conferences under the unallowable list of costs, the OAPA stands by its interpretation. But regardless of the difference in interpretation, we would like to point out that management has intended to undertake the recommended corrective actions, which at the end of the day is all that matters. It was a short presentation. As Mary said, there was only 2 findings. They were very minor, and we will take any questions.
All right, thank you so much for the presentation. Do we have public comment on this item?
Thank you. I do have public commenters. The first, Truth, please come to the podium and be followed by Mark.
A corrective action plan is the only cap I approve of, and specifically if it involves eliminating SANDAG, because that seems to be the only fiscally responsible plan. And if that sounds impossible, then read the item. Before 1980, SANDAG did not exist. Things were better then. Before there was the so-called independent special district that is not held accountable for how it spends the people's blood, sweat, and tears, but does everything it can to steal more from the people with taxes and tolls, and by turning the roads and highways into obstacle courses known as complete streets. If it wasn't for Mary's work and maybe Rebecca's research and then people like me showing up, then this place would be 100% coercion, corruption, malfeasance, and misconduct. We got people here using these cards on the weekend. So what's been the punishment for those found to misuse the P cards? Those who used over $2,000 in federal funds to buy food knew what they were doing. So having 2 empty, unfunded investigations positions, that's something that really is needed to fix things here. Let's see. Oh. Nobody deserves purchase cards, catering mileage, or airfare reimbursements, or $150 just for showing up here, except maybe people like me who don't get paid. Thank you.
Our next public commenter, Mark, will be followed by Mike, and then the final commenter, the original draw. Mark.
Mark, well, you saw the list of weekend expenditures and unlisted what the meeting was about. Of course, Nathan Fletcher and his wife and his son had some $300 dinner that was all in the media and news. But none of this corruption surprises me, since I'm sure it's perfectly legitimate for members, perhaps even here of the WEF, to get together and have a dinner and plan our demise here in the end of our sovereignty. Many of these projects, Hassan misleads us. He misleads you to think that because the federal government or state government has mandated something and that you've got an obligation to support it and fund it. If it's unconstitutional, the Constitution clearly says you have a duty to not support it, and that it's void, immediately void. Of course, you're going to try and make some little difference between laws.
Thank you. Your time expired. Our next public speaker, Mike, please come to the podium.
Good afternoon. Mayor Jones, do not ever walk back your comments. Do not walk them back. I got a dollar bill here in my pocket, and I got a nickel. So here's some random knowledge for you guys. A nickel right here weighs 5 grams on a scale. A piece of currency, our currency, whether it be a 1, 5, 2, 20, $100 bill, weighs 1 gram. $1 million in $100 bills weighs 22 pounds. $1 billion in $100 bills weighs 22,000 pounds, the equivalent of 7 Priuses or 4 or 5 Teslas. So the project that wants to get drilled through the city of Del Mar is probably the equivalent of 28 Priuses and 26 Teslas. Spend our
Thank you.
money
Your
a
time
little bit
expired.
better.
Our final commenter on this item, the original draw, please go ahead.
There were other people with their hands raised, but I don't know why you guys are doing that. Actually, you just want to silence the people. But anything to take more of the people's money when you guys go and like Mark was saying, you're sitting there and, going on some conference or something to plan the demise of the people's freedom and, just ability to get around outside of their 15-minute city that you guys want to put us in. We shouldn't be paying for that because everything you're doing is fraud, waste, and abuse. So this would fall under that as well. And, you might as well give the people purchase cards. And so we can all, just have our own purchase card, spending our own money, right? The money that we give you, we'll just be spending it. And it would probably go to something better than what you guys are doing. But because everything in this entity is fraud, waste, and abuse, this falls under that and everything that you do. Because everything you're doing is based upon lies and to enslave the people. So no to you guys having the ability to go spend money on some $300 dinner that other people can't do.
And that concludes the public comments.
Thank you so much. All right, we will now move to member discussion and entertain a motion beginning with member Molina.
Yes, thank you very much, Vice Chair Elo Rivera. Thank you, Mr. Carter and Mr. Ryan, for this report. I do appreciate the detail that you added, especially to the presentation, citing the CFR codes, the allowability and of the use of public funds. I think it is very important that you did point out that the appearance of anything that isn't per the law it's important to form an opinion around that. And I understand your report is calling out this idea that people that use public money must be held to a higher standard and must be removing not just the misuse of anything if potential, but also the appearance of it. So I do appreciate that you have pointed out. Having said that, I want to iterate the fact that we are humans here. We are not perfect. Mr. Shu was just whispering in my ear, we are not perfect, but we strive to be. And I do want to make that distinction here is the misuse, the items that you mentioned on here, the law was not broken. There was no, is that correct? Would you agree that there was no, the standard here is the appearance of not following the law versus breaking the law?
So I think that might have been a slight misinterpretation of what I was saying. So in the response, the funding agency stated that it appears that the costs are eligible, but they did not give a firm like yes or no. And if you read the CFR code and the way we map it out in our full response, we stand by our interpretation. But you are right. People aren't perfect. People are striving to be.
Thank you. I do appreciate that. Again, the detail in this report is exactly, if people are reading and paying attention, I think you are on the right track as far as trying to explain to people the standards here. Mr. Vice Chair, I'm ready to prepare a motion. I do make a motion to accept this item if you're ready for a motion.
Yes, thank you so much. All right, we've got a motion there. We'll now go to member Shu. Thank you. All right, we've got a second.
I was going to second, but let me just be real clear. Often when people hear the word fraud, they think that something criminal was happening. In your audit, was there anything that you needed to refer to law enforcement because someone had essentially stolen money, public money?
No, not at all.
Thank you.
All right, I see no additional requests to speak to this item. We've got a motion from member Molina, seconded by Mayor Minto. Please call for the vote.
That motion passes with 15 yeses, 1 no, and 3 absences. Okay, we will correct the slide to show that the city of Encinitas is also voting yes on this item. So that motion passes unanimously with those members present.
All right, thank you so much. We will now, our final matter of business is closed session, but do we have any continued non-agenda public comment?
The continued public commenters, I do have 7 that were present or had hands raised at the beginning of the meeting. If you're currently here, Manny Rodriguez, Steve Quirk, and Dan Court. Manny, please come to the podium. The following virtual, Alex Wong, Paul the Bold, phone number 813, and the original draw. If you're still present, please raise your hand at this time. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, board. Manny Rodriguez here again, speaking as myself and as an advocate for safer streets. I wanted to give this public comment to the Airport Authority. The Airport Authority staff is planning to widen Grape Street in Little Italy to 4 lanes, removing all the parking in the process. The business community in Little Italy, as well as the residential community, is not too happy. Grape Street is already, considered a wall between southern Little Italy and northern Little Italy. And a lot of, if you notice pedestrian activity, significantly less pedestrians visiting the businesses in northern Little Italy because of how uncomfortable and unsafe Grape Street feels. As an advocate for safer streets, I have my own, walk and roll organization. We do case studies on streets around San Diego. We did a case study on Grape and Hawthorne. And, we agree that it's unsafe, uncomfortable for the community and the countless visitors to Little Italy. And I would strongly urge the Airport Authority to revisit its plans for Grape Street. It doesn't need to be widened. There are better ways, and there are also pedestrian mitigation efforts like Hawthorne. The city is also redoing Hawthorne, and they have great plans for that. Please look at
Your
those.
time expired. Dan Quirk or Steve Quirk? I believe they have both left. I will go to Alex Wong. If you're still present online, please raise your hand. Or Paul the Bold. Phone number 813, please go ahead. You are self-muted.
Hello?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, so I just wanted to say that Paul the Bold is actually right here. And I also, can he still speak from the same phone?
Yes, if you could go ahead, and then after your 1 minute, we'll have Paul the Bold provided 1 minute at that time.
After I speak?
Yes, ma'am, please go ahead.
In addition to opposing this, I would ask the council president to please demonstrate decorum and courtesy while addressing members of the public who come before the council. Interruptions display a lack of confidence as well as a violation of the Brown Act's intent to allow the public to participate without being chastised or insulted by the elected officials they seek to address. Please remember the council is already under 2 lawsuits regarding Brown Act violations. Please don't add additional examples to bring before the court of that same matter. The Brown Act often is violated through procedural barriers that discourages people or prevents people from having comments on issues that they care about, or they are told how they can have those conversations, which is not under the Brown Act. The public is allowed to speak. It's our First Amendment right at the constitutional level as well as our right at the state level.
That's my comment. Hello? Hello?
We'll go ahead and reset the timer for Paul the Bold.
Thank you. I wanted to speak about the Del Mar tunnel plot or plan or whatever it is. Having a tunnel like 300 feet underground, it's going to probably allow groundwater to leach into the tunnel. And worse still, there'll be if someone gets some kind of medical emergency, like a heart attack, or, if there's fire and people have to get out quick, it will be really hard to do that if the tunnel is 300 feet underground.
That's government.
Yeah, that's government. Also, I resent the fact that all of the online speakers today were pushed to the end. I think that is, that's like an example of.
Our final commenter at this time on the non-agenda is the original draw. Please go ahead.
Of course, Nora's not there, but as you, board, and the public continue to be chastised and insulted, and Nora tries to strong arm this board into compliance and capitulation with whatever, agenda is going on, it's sad to see some of you guys, walk back your statements or not stand firm in them and apologize or, sit and, basically ask her for forgiveness when she should be the one doing it. It's very sad the way that she acts like, just at the Board of Supervisors, she calls it her meeting. She's running the show. It's Nora's show and she's running shit. And so you guys need to sit down, shut up and listen to her. That's the way she treats everybody. And it's really sad that you guys allow it to happen to you and the public as well. And you don't really, do anything against it. I mean, this is ridiculous that she's even still the chair of that board, but it's fine because she is, engaging in her own demise and she will fall quicker than Nathan.
That concludes the public comments.
Yes, Mayor Minto.
Question regarding the public comments. There was a mention that the SANDAG has 2 Brown Act lawsuits. Can I find out from the council if we're under a lawsuit? Because I don't recall any.
SANDAG has no pending lawsuits alleging a violation of the Brown Act.
Thank you.
I think they actually might have been referring to the city.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. All right. With that, let's move to closed session. Do we have any public comment on closed session?
Thank you. We do have closed session public comments. Truth, if you're present, please come to the podium. You'd be followed by Mark.
Mayday, Tony Ray. I already know this game going on, hence the new elite security here. He'll tell you SANDAG needs high prison-like security, just like the county has. But they didn't even need the security the last 2 years when they had hundreds of people speaking in frustration when our lives were upended by totalitarian mandates and lockdowns. So I know all about Tony. He's a person of cowardly inaction. On November 15th, 2022, ironically during the Truth, Transparent Review of Unjust Transfers and Holds Act forum, he watched a small woman drug out of the chambers by her arm like a rag doll and then elbowed in the head by a deputy under his watch. He did nothing to stop it like a real sheriff should. If this is all of you're going to listen to about security needs and safety concerns, you're doomed. And more importantly, the people in this county are doomed. And even when the regional plans price parking, every highway being a managed toll lane, and congestion taxes are implemented, and hundreds of people ask, who did this, and end up coming here, you still won't need a prison environment. That's the reality. And so on a happier note, I'm going to say happy Halloween. Dia de los Muertos, I got the gloves and Nora's got Fridays open, you remember? Nah.
Thank you. Your time expired. Mark, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by the final 3 commenters that are virtual, Blair Beekman, the original draw, and phone number 615. Please go ahead, Mark.
Mark, I appreciate what Rebecca Jones is trying to do. Regarding security for SANDAG, the San Diego border officials just warned of possible Hezbollah and Hamas crossings at southern border, and Supervisor Jim Desmond called it an issue of national security. Our system is overwhelmed. Our legal system is broken. You supervisors have declared immigration a crisis, and you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I mean, you can fund this solution with both security funds and housing funds. Our Southern California border is 173 miles. The county border, southern, is about half that, about 90 miles. For about 115 million, you can 3D print a solid row of 10 by 40 foot homes all the way across our San Diego county border, southern border, and secure it, and provide at the same time inexpensive housing for our citizens. For a little bit more, they could print the back wall 20 feet high with razor sharp top and bulletproof 2-inch steel in the back with motion sensors and cameras to alert the border patrol.
Your time has expired. Our first virtual speaker, Blair Beekman, please go ahead.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. The original recorded public comment was of Lori Saldana speaking of the City of San Diego issues. For myself, I really wish I was at the public open forum today. I had a few important things to say. Hopefully I can write you a letter about it today. Thanks for your time and this meeting today. For the closed session report, it's a tough time. We have a new war going on in the Middle East. I think you guys are a little nervous here, but I think we can handle it well because you guys have such a great relationship with border issues. Thank you for that. But in that nervousness, I really want to respect the work that public comment does here. It may not be your exact conversations you have, but I really think we try to be decent and good, and hopefully that won't be held against us. In San Jose, they have metal detectors in their city hall. It's temporary measures. Let's think of things as temporary and not permanent. Thank you.
Our next public commenter, the original draw, will be followed by the final commenter, phone number 615. Original draw, please go ahead.
This has nothing to do with protecting anybody from the border crap. It's about keeping the public at bay, because this is what they do with the Board of Supervisors. Last meeting, every time somebody speaks off topic or something, according to Nora, she'll send the sheriffs out, and there'll be about 4 of them covering each door just to intimidate the people. And yes, Anthony Ray sat there idly by while I was drug out by my arms and legs, had my head slammed into the ground, and was seemingly just mounted by a man twice my size. This has nothing to do with a safe environment and providing that, because he should have de-escalated that situation, and he did anything but that. He sat there in his chair, very uncomfortable, listening to me scream. And this has all to do with keeping the public at bay. It has nothing to do with anything else, and it's to show force and make sure people shut the fuck up instead of being able to say their piece. And it is disturbing that this is happening across the board. This isn't about safety. It's about enforcement of something that you guys don't want to hear. And so you need to be back.
Your time expired. The final public commenter on this item, phone number 615, please go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon. My name's Brad Anderson. I'm calling from Riverside County, City of Rancho Mirage, out in Coachella Valley, Riverside. I just wanted to talk on item 14, and that's concerning a closed session item. I would strongly recommend that this board does not discuss this matter in closed session, but instead in an open session. I've seen this before, and this is not a good sign. Only the public can suspect that you're talking about public participation at your meetings, and that's a big issue. So that should be a public forum and an open session. And I just want to urge you again, please reconsider any type of restrictions or any type of elimination of public forum at your meetings. And that's all I have. Thank you.
That concludes the public comments on closed session.
All right, thank you. If we could please clear the room, and then we will get started with closed session as soon as possible.
He went to the meeting. He left to go to the meeting. So you and I can go there now.
We're good, Vice Chair.
We're good. We're good.
Chair, can we report out?
Yes, is there anything to report out from closed session?
On item 14, the board met and was briefed on the noticed items. There was no reportable action.
Thank you. With that, we will adjourn our meeting. Thank you.